Okay, another minute and we will start on time. And when we do start, Representative Bennett, can we look to you to lead us in the pledge? Can you get warmed up for that? We'll give you another minute or two. Okay, it being 0900 hours, 9 o'clock, we will start on time. Representative Bennett, I gave you a warning order to lead us in the pledge. So stand by when you're ready, ma'am. Okay, our clerk, I was going to say our normal clerk, but that doesn't quite sound right. Our regular clerk is on a Zoom. So she's in the house, but she's not here right this moment. Thank you, Representative Foss, for stepping in. We're going to open the hearing, a continued hearing on HB 1287. Before we do that, I do want to point out today is February 6th, and Representative Foss, you, I know, were on the TV show Jeopardy, so
Yes.
I'm going to go to you with this history question before we start.
please.
Today is the birthday of a consequential American president. Do you know who that is? Could you answer that in the form of a question?
What's the date again?
He was born this day, February 6th, 1911.
1911. So that would have to be at least 35 years after. So 1941, right? Or no, 35. 1946. I lost.
Okay, your time is up. Representative Bennett, do you have an answer for that?
Was it JFK?
A negative. February 6th, 1911, Ronald Reagan's birthday. He would have been 115 today. All right, so with that, we'll press right into a continued public hearing on HB 1287. We took this up earlier. We needed to make a slight change. Representative Mannion, could you speak to HB 1287? That is with regard to adopting the federal definition of veteran. There you are. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the previous sponsor, I work with him, and I work with some of the members of the committee here. So the idea here is that what I believe the intent of the original bill was to include a general discharge under honorable conditions as under the definition of veteran, which is widely accepted everywhere else as a definition of veteran. The only other change that I made to the original bill, so the original bill also stripped out the requirements, which was like the DD 214 and things like that to prove veteran status. So that's gone. The removal of that is gone. So we're going to keep that RSA where it was. And then there was a line in here that we all thought was kind of questionable about the director issuing them to World War II veterans that were allies, mostly because they're one of our allies during World War II was the Soviet Union. Another one was China. It's also super unlikely that anybody's still around that's driving at that age. So that's the purpose of this amendment here.
Yes, and I know you passed that out earlier, I believe, right? Is there a number on that?
Yeah, I'm
amendment?
sorry. This it is 0198H is the amendment.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? A fairly pro forma, simple change to the original measure. If there are no questions, I will close the hearing on, or the continued hearing on HB 1287. We had given some thought to trying to exec that this morning. We're waiting for a couple of members to come in. So rather than try to push that through, I think it should be a fairly easy exec. We'll do that this afternoon at the regular scheduled executive session for HCR, not HCR 13, but for HB 1287 definition of a veteran. So the hearing is closed on that. So we have, and that clock is a little bit slow. We have about 10 minutes before we will be able to take up HCR 13. And that, when we come to it in a bit, involves requesting Congress to call a constitutional convention relative to implementing term limits for elected members of both houses of Congress. So we have to wait just a bit before we start that hearing on HCR 13. So as is our wont, when we do have a few extra minutes, we look to some members to enlighten us a little bit on their journeys as it might relate to state federal relations and veterans affairs. And
Chairman?
yes, Representative Foss, please.
May I add something to the record real quick?
Yes.
I was not born when Ronald Reagan was president, so I would just like to clarify that perhaps that is the reason that I could not answer that question earlier.
Let the record show that Representative Foss was not born during the Reagan administration, and so it's not her fault that she didn't know it was his birthday. Thank you for that, Representative.
You're welcome.
Okay, Representative Bennett, I'm going to look to you again. If you could, I know that you locally you're involved with teaching and some board work. If you could share a little bit, well, we have just a few minutes here about where you come from. I know this is your
My
first
interesting
term.
life. You want to know more about it?
Well, we believe in
That's
privacy,
exciting for me.
but as a new member, certainly if you want to share anything about your journey, that would be good for us to know.
Okay. I did go to college to be a math teacher. And then once I had children, I decided I would stay home with my own children. My oldest did not like math at all, so that was interesting. But I spent several years homeschooling, so I was in my own little bubble for quite a while. And as they got older and I started seeing the world that they're living in, I decided I would start reaching out, and I ran for school board, did a term there. Right now I'm library trustee in my town, and I also was on the ethics committee, which that was fun. And then I was approached to run for state rep, so here I am. So it's been interesting.
Representative, and you mentioned you have children, and how many children?
I do have 13 children, and also I am a teacher in a Christian school, and they graciously give me my time off to come to the State House, which is nice. Not every place would do that, but you know, they were gracious to do that for me. So I'm actually teaching when I'm not here, and I do teach math now.
13 children, teacher, and legislator. And they say if you want something done, ask a busy person. That's why we asked you to do the pledge. Representative Rollins, we still have a few minutes before we can take up HCR 13. What can you tell us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why am I here on this committee? My youngest son, I think as everybody on the committee knows, was killed March 5th, 2007 in Samara, Iraq. The night before he was killed in action, he had a female dog that he had adopted. It was at one of the Iraqi police stations. He went out back to see, he knew she was pregnant. He went out back to check on her, and he started hollering to the guys, help me, they got me pinned down. So the guys all come busting in with their guns, and he's pinned down with 8 puppies crawling all over him. So the next day we got the word, he died the following day, we got the word, and the Army asked us, what can we do for you? Anything you want, just ask. My wife said, I want one of those puppies. I want one of those puppies out of that litter. The last thing that he held, the last thing that he got to love. And they said, well, you can have any dog you want, but you can't have that dog. Long story short, it went to the paper, the phones blew up on all the politicians, and the next thing you know, the dog was on its way home. It was considered a spoil of war, they thought. Why I bring this up, and so we had that dog for 13 and a half years. That was our memory. That was our tie to our son. That was the last thing that we look at it as the last thing, life that he saved. Why I bring that up is we did a number of shows, Animal Planet, 2020 did a show on it. We went to Arlington, did a thing with the Washington Post down there, a number of different stories, and every one of those stories, I would say to the people that were interviewing us, help other soldiers get their dogs back. Okay, I said these guys come back, they fall in love with the dog, they leave it, and that takes a piece of their heart out. Let these guys get these dogs out of there, and they won't need medication, and they'll be just fine. Right after that, it changed. It was not a spoiler war, and a number of these soldiers got the dog that they fell in love with, saved that dog's life, and brought it back to the United States. I am pro-veteran. This is why, when I first ran, I asked to only serve on state and federal Veterans Affairs. This is the reason why veterans are my passion. Wrapped it up quick.
Thank you for that, Representative Rollins. And for all that you do.
One more thing. One of the things my son posted on Facebook just before he left was he wanted to see that the Iraqi children had the same freedoms and ability to move as American children did. That was his reason for going.
Thank you again. Okay, we still have a couple of minutes, so we will start right on time in a couple of minutes with HCR 13. I'm looking around for the Honorable Linda Massimilla. Okay, so she is in the House. I mention that because she is or was the ranking member for this committee last term, and she drove all the way down from Littleton to testify on HCR 13. So I don't see her yet, but it's good to know she's in the House. So you know Representative or former Representative Massimilla? Yeah, okay. All right, we'll get started in just a minute or two. The House, Representative Packard, Speaker Packard, welcome. We always notice when the speaker is in the House, in this little House, so welcome. Also, Honorable Linda Massimilla is in the House. Welcome, former representative from Littleton, all the way down from Littleton. That's a drive. Littleton is almost in the North Country, correct? Is it actually in the North Country?
I would say so.
There's a lot of debate about whether Littleton is really part of the North Country, but that's something. Right. The people from Colebrook say Littleton is not in the North Country, but that's nothing we need to resolve here. Welcome. Great to see you. And if you are looking to testify, Madam former ranking member, you know that there's a pink card thing that we do. Okay, it is 9:15. So at this time, we would like to call to order and commence the hearing on HCR 13, House Concurrent Resolution. And again, a as opposed to the HRs that we do, an HCR, House Concurrent Resolution, is a measure that, if it passes the House, will go to the state Senate. Now, the state Senate doesn't always take our HCRs. This is one that I think, if it passes the House, the Senate will hopefully take up. The prime sponsor is in House Representative Alexander. Welcome. If you could introduce HCR 13.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of State Fed Relations, Veterans Affairs. For the record, my name is Representative Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown. And yes, Mr. Chair, you are correct. There's actually a dueling, I think do they call it Senate concurrent SCRs? There's something like that going in the Senate. So there's a dueling resolution in the other body. So hopefully they'll take this one up as well. But I
You're
introduced
saying there's a concurrent
concurrent resolution in the
All
Senate.
right, so that's a backup plan. Redundancy has its place. So go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the HCR 13 is a resolution on a single topic calling for an Article 5 convention to propose an amendment for term limits for Congress. So how this works is there are 12 states that have passed the resolution on this topic, and you need 34 states out of the 50 to come together for an amendment to propose an Article 5 convention for term limits. So everybody knows there's support for this. This is a widely popular idea that we should put term limits on Congress. 84% in New Hampshire support the concept. So I'm introducing this because I think it's an important thing that we represent the people in the best way possible. I think 84% is a number that crosses party lines in all demographics. So I think this is a widely popular thing, and I think that the committee should consider this and pass it. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Sponsor. Would you take questions at this time if there are any?
I'm happy to answer questions. I know there are people that probably know a little bit more about this issue that are testifying after, but I'm happy to try to help if you have.
Does anyone want to query the Prime Sponsor? Representative Mannion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So, historically, what we've seen with the Article 5 process is the states will start getting the ball rolling, and then a lot of times the feds will just jump in and then get right to the point. So, do you believe that if this gets enough traction in the states, that the feds will probably just term limit themselves?
Well, yeah, that's the idea. Is like when you have a number, it's like a federal preemption. Basically, if you have a number of states that say, you should probably do this, they're going to actually do it themselves because. I don't know if you're familiar, but Congress likes to regulate themselves and they don't like to have other people tell them what to do. So, as does this body. So I don't blame them.
Other questions for the Prime Sponsor? Representative Seibert?
I think it's important to ask you, being a representative yourself, is this something you would actually do for like you within your own office as a state representative, like present a term limit type of thing?
Well, I appreciate the question. So this is my 8th year in the House, and I think the New Hampshire House is fundamentally different from Congress. I think when you have people on both sides of the aisle that have been there since literally like before I've been alive, and I'm 31, I think that's a little ridiculous. But I also think because Congress is so fundamentally different, where you serve and you get pension and all this other things for life, and your pay is so high, I think it's a little different than the New Hampshire House. And the Honorable Linda Mass-Mill is here. She's served for a while, and I think that's totally okay. We're a citizen legislature. I don't think anybody does this for the career. Congress is different. They actually do it for a career.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the Prime? Representative Jones?
Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I'm actually asking you a question on your time, but might be answered by someone else. Last year we had HCR 3, which also called for a constitutional convention, and I don't think it ever went to the floor of the House. I don't remember if we tabled it or what we did with it.
So this is calling for an Article 5 convention, which is different because it's for the sole purpose of one thing, and that's term limits. So it's going to be a little different than what you would say a constitutional convention is. This is just for a single purpose.
Yeah, that one was a little more open-minded. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, the measure you referred to from last year, that's the one that former Senator Santorum came and testified on, was broader, more broadly about the Article 5 Convention of the States, as opposed to this measure, which also would entail a convention of the states or the convention of the states taking this up, but this is specific to just the term limits issue, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative Jones. Anything else for the prime sponsor? Representative Budataki.
So this resolution asks for Article 5 convention for U.S. Congress, right? Don't you think we should include Supreme Court justice also?
No, because the U.S. Constitution allows Supreme Court justices to serve for life. Congress does not have that in the U.S. Constitution.
You think? Sorry, follow-up question.
Follow up.
Do you think that we should have term limit for Supreme Court justices?
No, because there's already checks on Supreme Court justices, like there's an impeachment process and other things.
Any other Representative Bennett?
How many states did you say have already, I don't, how do they do this? Is this like
So,
ratified or whatever?
let me just check my notes. I believe it's 12. 12 states have passed this resolution for this single topic. So you need to get to 34 for the Congress to have to act. But again, if you hit 30 or 31, I think Congress is going to start thinking about acting. So
Correct. Anything else? Seeing no more questions for the prime sponsor. Thank you, Representative.
I just want to
Alexander.
thank you for taking it easy on me at 9 a.m. on Friday. So
Uh,
thank you.
yes. You are welcome. Okay, we have a number of cards here. It's a very interesting measure, and it's a consequential measure. There's some national interest in what happens here, of course, because this would involve the amending the federal constitution if it moves forward. To a couple of questions that came up earlier, there are some of the people that are about to testify have been immersed in this process, and they will have answers, I'm sure, in terms of the process and how many other states. I saw heads nodding when Representative Alexander said there have been 12. So we'll have some expert testimony coming up. I do, as a courtesy, I do want to go to the Honorable Linda Massimilla, who, as I mentioned earlier, has driven all the way down here from Littleton, former ranking member of this committee. So welcome back to State Federal, former Representative Massimilla. Great to see you.
You sure? You want to hear me? Good morning, everybody, and I'm glad to be here. Unfortunately, I have another engagement in Littleton right after this, so I'm going to take no questions because I have to leave right away. I'm going to give you a little bit of history, if you don't mind. The Founding Fathers charged themselves with a huge task, the creation of a new constitutional republic in response to the monarchical system that they came from. Even though they were not confident that they were up to the challenge, they decided to think outside the box, and so a Republican, small r, form of government was created to allow the people the right to choose and vote on their representatives and laws. The U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1788 in the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, which was drafted by James Madison, was ratified in 1791. The Bill of Rights was added to address the concerns regarding the protection of individual rights. I believe that Article 5 was included because the Founding Fathers, excuse me, in their experience and wisdom, realized that power and authority can corrupt, and that a self-correcting mechanism needed to be in place to act as a check and balance to address this problem. The option of a constitutional convention was set up to be used by the people and for the people. Over the years, in some cases, the credible threat of an Article 5 convention pressured Congress to act and propose a desired amendment themselves, forcing them to do their jobs by representing the needs of the people. The pressure created a phenomenon called the prodding effect, which historians cite as instrumental in the passage of 15 of 27 20th century amendments. Some examples of this effect were the 17th Amendment, the direct election of senators, ratified in 1913, the 21st, which was the repeal of prohibition, the 22nd, the presidential term limits, the 25th, presidential succession, and 27th, the Congressional Compensation Amendment, that actually, excuse me, was proposed by James Madison way back in 1789 and was ratified 202 years later. We also had an almost balanced budget amendment was proposed and passed by the Congress, by the Senate rather, in 1982, but didn't make it out of the House. But we eventually saw from that the Graham-Rudman-Hollings Act, which actually enacted some fiscal legislation. So all of this info sets the stage for HCR 13. As we all know, Congress has been failing to fulfill its responsibility to govern and to listen to the requests of the people. So New Hampshire and other states need to exercise the power bestowed on them by the Constitution and apply for an Article 5 convention. I'm familiar with the fear-mongering rumor about a runaway convention. Well, in these times of runaway government, running away from responsibility, running away from the rule of law, running away from the rights of the people, the question needs to be posed, if not now, then when? Maybe it's time to let the people's voices be heard and Congress realize that their terms will be limited constitutionally, excuse me, so that whatever historical legacy they'd like to leave, they better get to it because they will only have a defined time in which to do it. Kind of a catchy slogan. I believe the founding fathers had confidence in America's descendants that we also would have the ability to think outside of the box and to come up with pre-convention solutions commensurate with our times to address pending questions regarding application for an Article 5, rules for conducting the convention, as well as other concerns like selection and the dismissal of delegates. And if I can find the rest of this, I will be really happy. We need to look at this endeavor of an Article 5 convention as a new approach. I am sure that the founding fathers were nervous and anxious and concerned with the path that they decided to take. But they did it anyway. And here we are today, holding on to a democracy that originated from the what if idea. There are two possible win-win effects of an Article 5. We have a convention, or it precipitates Congress to act. We need to remember, if people fear the government, it produces tyranny. If the government fears the people, it produces freedom and action. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, former ranking member Messermill. I know you have to get back to Littleton and won't be taking questions. Before you leave, I do want to thank you for your previous service on this committee and for your community. And I especially want to thank you for the time that you served as clerk when we needed a clerk. I know it was a traumatic experience and you pulled it off. And we
Don't
did.
ever volunteer for it, guys. No, ever volunteer.
Why couldn't you have told me that like 3 weeks ago?
You should have called me.
Representative Lloyd has similar feelings. Of course, we did try to do something for you in appreciation, and we'll do that for Representative Foss as well at some point. So I know you have to go. Thank you again so much. I know it's a long drive.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving right along. Is there someone, Deborah Childs? Yes, from Dover. Deborah Childs is in support of the measure, representing U.S. term limits. Welcome, Ms. Childs.
Thank you so much, and I don't know how to follow the Honorable Massimilla, but I will try my best. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and honorable committee members. My name is Deborah Childs, and I live in Dover, New Hampshire, in Stratford County. I am also legislative director for U.S. term limits. I will be brief. I did want to say that I don't have a bright orange badge because I literally just registered with the Secretary of State as a lobbyist yesterday, ordered my badge, it's in, so I'll pick it up today. But being the newest member of U.S. term limits, I will be brief, and I will defer questions to my more experienced colleagues just to be more efficient. But I did want to come up as a lifelong New Hampshire resident and express my support for HCR 13. New Hampshire wants U.S. term limits. 84% of New Hampshire voters want term limits on Congress. Confidence in Congress is low, and people have little trust in federal lawmakers overall. Term limits will help create open seats where new candidates can't compete with incumbents today, or they're discouraged by long-term office holders. Many people complain that we need more young people running for office. We need more women. There's 28%, I believe, of federal electeds are females. We need more women. We need more people of color and more diversity. Term limits will allow more diverse candidates. They can step forward, and there is data to support that when there is an opening and not an incumbent, more diverse candidates do step up to run for office. By creating regular opportunities for new candidates, term limits would open the door to a broader and more diverse pool of leaders so Congress can reflect the rich diversity of the American people it's supposed to and gain the trust of the people in New Hampshire. And with that, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Childs. I believe you said you wanted to defer questions to the
Yes.
subsequent. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, I have three more cards here at this time for HCR 13. Aaron Duquette is here. He's asked for 5 minutes, and if you need to go over that, that sometimes often happens, so don't feel constrained. Mr. Duquette also represents U.S. term limits and, of course, is in support of the measure. Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate you having me here today. My name is Aaron Duquette. I'm a regional director for U.S. term limits, and also resident of Berlin, New Hampshire, the city that trees built. So I think pretty long drive down here, but I'm thankful to be dropping up maybe 10 degrees. Yeah, glad to be here, and thank you for entertaining HCR 13. This is a single topic Article 5 application for the sole purpose, the only purpose, of term limits on Congress. So a single amendment. No other amendments are possible. And historically, if you look at Article 5 applications, the vast majority of them are single topic like this. And as has been mentioned previously, I just want to emphasize how this process of applying for a convention for proposing an amendment happens, practically speaking. The way it plays out, as was mentioned previously, is that when the states see that Congress is dragging its feet to address a problem that is glaring, and for various reasons, usually conflict of interest with themselves, they drag their feet to get that reform put forward. What the states do is take the measure into their own hands. They pass Article 5 applications just like the one you have in front of you. And as they gain momentum and get close to calling such a convention to allow the states to come together and propose that amendment for Congress. As has been stated before, Congress is just never going to let that happen. I wanted to submit to the committee that this is just simply a measure of, I mean, we have an issue of congressional term limits. It's an 80-10 issue. It's 84% here in New Hampshire, across party lines, demographics, you name it, young, old, in the middle, everybody wants term limits, just about. But what we really have here is a process that is, I love the term that was used, the prodding effect. I think that's a lot catchier than congressional preemption, and I'm going to steal that. The prodding effect, yes. I mean, human nature is such that when power is sought, you consolidate that power and you want to extend that power because you want to have influence. I mean, it's just human nature. It's not necessarily a matter of this particular boogeyman or that boogeyman. Everyone's got their villains in Congress they'd like to see gone, but it really is about human nature. And our Constitution was written with a view to human nature, that there needs to be checks and balances that address the tendencies, the wayward tendencies of human nature in order to create a balance that the democracy may flourish. And so that's what we have here. We have a very different Congress today than we did 200 years ago. Way more incentives to want to go to Congress, to want to make a career of being in Congress than it was when you had horse and buggies. Just so much has changed. The whole area of Washington, D.C. is blown up, of course. There's all this special interest present there. Very, very different. And it's very different than in state legislatures. State legislatures are, by and large, for all their imperfections, very much citizen legislatures. And I'm proud to say, as a New Hampshireite, that we're even more so the case here. We have a large House of Representatives with very small constituencies, which is just average constituency size is about 500 more people than in the high school I went to and graduated from. Very, very small and intimate. You can go knock doors. You can know the people that you know. Not at all the case in Washington, D.C. Entirely different. You need to raise good $2 million just to equal the name recognition of a congressional incumbent today. And so it's you can't just pull yourself out by your bootstraps and put together a ragtag campaign to get it done in regard to Congress. So what we really have here is an unfair advantage, tremendously unfair incumbency advantage in DC. So it's not a Republican or Democrat thing. It's not a Republican or Democrat issue. And it's not a Republican or Democrat solution either. This is a uniquely nonpartisan solution to a very bipartisan problem. And we're here to encourage you all, as one state among many, to join this call with the other 12 states to mount the pressure that we need to put on Congress in order to prevail upon Congress to show them, look, you have a choice here. Either we're going to come together to propose this amendment for you, or you can get out ahead of it and propose it yourself. And guess what? They get to be term limits heroes by doing that, answering what the public overwhelmingly wants to see happen. And this is the prodding effect. That's what happens. That happened most profoundly with the 17th Amendment. There were problems under the old system of the state legislatures sending their people to the U.S. Senate, regardless of the substance of the solution for a direct election of senators. There's different opinions about that, and that's immaterial for this. The point is with the process. There was a problem that the people saw, the states saw it, Congress is dragging its feet. It was single topic, and it pertained to their own livelihoods for one chamber of them. And for that reason, they were dragging their feet to propose it. So the states took it upon themselves to pass single topic Article 5 applications for the direct election of senators. And in 1911, they came within one state of calling such a convention. In 1912, Congress, lo and behold, dropped that whole process in its tracks by proposing the 17th Amendment. It went on, got ratified, rest is history. This is how this works. This is our only way of making Congress respond to what the people overwhelmingly want. The people have a right to vote for who they want to vote for. This is true in a vacuum. But also the people have a right to have a say in the qualifications and the terms under which they make their choices at the ballot box. Today, they don't have many choices because of the lack of choices because of the congressional incumbency. Very, very few, very, very few races for Congress are actually competitive, maybe about 20%, if that. Right. So we have a lot of for show kind of races, but it's pretty much guaranteed who's going to be there. When you have term limits, periodically, you are guaranteed open seat elections, which means more vibrant primaries, more competition, and that competition benefits the voter. Just like in the marketplace, when you have more competition among companies for products, the consumer benefits. Same deal. The voter benefits from the competition for the seat that belongs to the people. Term limits are a way of restoring the seat to the people, that they have those real choices at the ballot box, that there's a real fighting chance for a newcomer, an up-and-comer that has good ideas to get in there, make a mark, set an agenda, accomplish it, go home, and leave and live under those laws that they've proposed while they're there. I just want to emphasize here in this handout that I handed out to you, just a few things in there. Just emphasizing the bipartisan or nonpartisan nature of this legislation here. This is a polling from from New Hampshire here specifically that it polls at 84%. You can look at across the table and you can see that this doesn't matter about age, your party or political persuasion or anything. People are screaming for this to happen. Moreover, there's a couple op-eds here. One's an op-ed that was placed very recently in the New York Times. Joint authors, there are national co-chairs. We have a Republican and Democratic national co-chairs of Governor Ron DeSantis on the Republican side and former Congressman David Schroen from Maryland, who's a Democrat. And they disagree on very, very many things, but they very much agree on this issue. They've been out there, they've been talking on talk shows about this issue, and they did this joint op-ed in the New York Times. Beyond that, I wanted just to throw in here a letter in the back from David Schroen. He's a founder of Total Wine Stores, a very interesting guy. He kind of gives his perspective of why he backs term limits for the sake of a more vibrant democracy. So with that, I will stand for any questions you may have, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Duquette, for the packet, which I was starting to look through. So in terms of term limits, we did constitutionally term limit the president. President's Day is coming up. Today's Ronald Reagan's birthday. Yeah. But I just briefly, the process that we underwent to term limit the president, do you know how difficult that was? What was the process in terms of the states getting involved? Can you speak to the existing constitutional precedent of term limiting the president?
Sure. Yeah, it's an excellent question. I can speak to some extent with that. So, the first 100 years or so of our nation's existence, there was sort of the George Washington example of in the presidency serving 2 terms and then stepping aside so someone else could go. It was very important that Washington did that and didn't just continually run to set that example. And that was really well regarded for quite some time. Ulysses S. Grant was encouraged by some of his in his inner circle to run for another term. He decided not to. Teddy Roosevelt tried. Various others, but FDR was the one who eventually succeeded in staying for more than 2 terms, and of course died in office early in his 4th term. By then, there was really a surge among the people that maybe it's not so good that we have presidents, regardless of party, in office for that long of a time. And there was a real push for that. So some Article 5 resolutions were passed by the states in order to bring that about because Congress is dragging its feet for political reasons. And eventually what happened is that in the 1950s, Congress finally got the message. They proposed the 22nd Amendment, sent it for ratification, and it got done. An interesting note that amendment did actually exempt the surviving and current presidents from from the new qualifications of terms. And so there's sort of precedent right there. If you look at how Congress would respond to pressure from the states to propose a congressional term limits resolution, again, it's about self-interest, about maintaining your career that you've started off with under different premises. They would have precedent to point to say that, you know, the 22nd Amendment exempted, grandfathered in existing presidents. And so likewise, you could see that with Congress as well. But in an actual convention, it's largely going to be populated by state legislators. No such grandfathering would be thought of. I think that's pretty safe to say.
Thank you for that. Representative Seibert, go ahead.
So I just have to say, I guess one thing bothering me, because we know that obviously special interests that have, for whatever reason, a special interest in buying politicians, which happens all the time, kind of work for the here and now. So what is to really stop that inherent problem with the term limits? I mean, to me, it's almost sets a predictability kind of situation for them, where they could plan a candidate ahead of time, that type of thing. So I guess I'm having a issue of like this really getting to the crux of the problem. What would you have to say to that?
Sure. Yeah, I think I would phrase it this way, that there's really an umbrella issue of having fair elections, right? And this addresses one aspect of that overall umbrella problem, which is incumbency advantage. Term limits addresses that. There's other solutions and other things that are out there to address related issues under that umbrella. So campaign finance reform, addressing the issue of money and in special interest money in politics. Then you've got gerrymandering, right, redistricting initiatives. Those are different philosophies on how to approach those issues. So I see them as a cluster of related reforms that may be needed. We're focused right in on this one issue of term limits. We think it's a good start. It won't be a salvo that, you know, takes care of everything. But I would say this, the special interests and their high-powered lobbyists in Washington, D.C., across the board uniformly oppose term limits. And you think about it, I mean, they're lobbyists, so if they wanted term limits on Congress, they would have lobbied for them, right? But they don't. And the reason is their bread and butter on K Street is who they know, their relationships, the long-formed relationships. They want to rely upon those relationships. And when you have term limits, you're going to have guaranteed open seat elections every so often for every seat. And with that the case, then those lobbyists have to work a lot harder. They're going to have to start over, rebuild relationships. So you remember Jack Abramoff that got sent to prison for very crooked dealings that he had as a lobbyist. He talked about, you know, the last thing he wanted as a lobbyist in D.C. was term limits because that was his bread and butter. And he'd have to start all over again, like taking out a big section of your Rolodex every few years. And so we look at it this way, that this is a good step forward. It's going to embolden newer members with fresh ideas and maybe a bold stance that know, I don't have a fixed horizon here. I'm here for a few years. I want to get in there. I want to kick butt. I want to go do things and try to help the country. I'm going to go back home. Like, I know that even if I win my elections, I'm out at certain points. So I'm not just going to kick the can down the road and get complacent. So there's more motivation to, when you have term limited legislators, to want to actually be motivated and jealous to take that power back to themselves. You know, the problem is not that Congress is too powerful. The problem is that Congress is actually not powerful enough according to its constitutional responsibilities, because it's kicking it over, kicking the can down the road about its own responsibilities as the legislative branch. So to that, I would just say, yeah, this is an understandable and related issue, and I think they overlap to some extent, but this is a good start.
Questions for Mr. Duquette, Representative Budataki.
I'm running into a duality of thoughts or into dilemma. Because former speaker told that confidence in Congress is low. Completely agree. It's a broken system. The question now here is, but they have been winning their seat, right? Time and time again, they're winning. And they know how to win. So isn't the responsibility, the ultimate responsibility lie on the people. So my question is, instead of going through this way, which is unpredictable, we don't know what's going to happen. We're just assuming that we will be talking about only about this term limit, but there may be other issues who could come in the convention. So instead of going through this road or way, can't we invest our energy, money to not elect these people time and time again? What do you think?
Well, I think that would be equivalent of, just vote them out. So I'll pick on Mitch McConnell. He has a way of just dismissing the idea of term limits. And he'll say, just vote them out if you don't like me. Right. Well, that's easy to say. It's kind of like, if you put Salem High School up against the New England Patriots and said, if you don't like us, just beat us. I mean, it's just not a fair playing field. It's like this, right? And that's how it is with the congressional incumbency advantage. The special interest money plays into this enormously, but it's also just the way that this, you get in there, you stay in a couple terms. Now you've got all kinds of connections and funding that's coming into, and that just codifies you. I mean, short of scandal, that doesn't really do it anymore, or even jail. Maybe that doesn't do it anymore, or death. It gets you out of there. It's just a codified system. So it's different, like in the States and New Hampshire, there's real competition in the elections. There's just I think of it this as an anti-competitive advantage for congressional seats. I guess I'm sympathetic to what you say. Like in the abstract, on paper, the voters should be able to vote them out. But the voters don't really have the real choices at the ballot box. They especially don't have them in the primaries, which is where the robust competition should be.
Anything
Especially
else? I'm sorry. Go.
I'm just saying, and especially in very politically divided times, ideologically divided times, there's very little crossover to different parties during the general elections. So people feel just sort of handcuffed into what they have to vote for a lot of times. Not all the time, but a lot of time.
Representative Jones.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here representing the USTL. I just want to know, does your organization differentiate between consecutive and non-consecutive? In other words, someone could do, if the term limit is 2 terms, and then go off for a term and come back?
So, Representative, this resolution doesn't pre-specify the exact terms. This is calling for that process to start to have this conversation, where there would be, in a hypothetical convention, there would be actual deliberations about different proposals, whether it should be a lifetime limit or a consecutive term limit, where you have a waiting out period for a time and what have you. But ultimately, once again, just to come back to it, there's no way, I mean, just think politically, there is no way that this convention will ever actually be called. This convention will never be called because Congress won't let it happen. They won't propose it now, for the same reason they won't later, or they will later, and that's to preserve their own self-interest. And so, I'm sorry, I'm circling me back to your original question again. I lost it.
No, I was trying to differentiate between consecutive term limits. In
Yes.
other words, if it's 2 terms,
Thank you.
can you then leave and for a term and come back?
So that's on the table. Yeah. So it would be ultimately what is proposed by Congress here. Yep. So that's a possibility.
Before I go to Representative Kofal, I want to follow up on Representative Jones's point that just came up about consecutive, non-consecutive, with regard to the 22nd Amendment, which you mentioned, which covers the president.
Yeah.
So to follow up on his point, the current president is in his second term, but it's non-consecutive. Do you interpret, as a term limits expert, ostensibly, do you interpret the 22nd Amendment as precluding someone from, like the current president, who is in a non-consecutive term? Could he run again, in your view?
No, absolutely not. The 22nd Amendment is crystal clear that any person is limited to 2 terms as president.
Okay, thank you for that. I had heard rumors that the president was going to be in the next New Hampshire primary, so that's probably not going to happen then. Okay. Representative Kofal had a hand up before. I want to just, by the way, we try to welcome our subs. I know we have a vast YouTube following for this committee, and so they're going to say, "Who is this new guy?" Representative Kofal is a sub. Welcome, Representative Kofal.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So just returning to this question around just vote them out and the power of incumbency. So We hear a lot about seniority and fundraising being critical levers for people in Congress to accrue power and sort of consolidate that over time. So can you speak to that, and how does that impact the power of incumbency today, and how would that impact the power of incumbency? How would term limits change that dynamic?
Sure. So currently, you run, you get in there that first term. Now you're in there. Now actually, think about being a member of Congress versus someone that's a real upstart person from New Hampshire that wants to make a change. And the incumbent member of Congress is going to be able to call up CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, whoever their podcast is or whatever, and they're pretty well assured of getting on to talk about whatever they want to talk about. Or when they see a bill coming through, they're going to call them. You got plugged right in there. There's an incumbency advantage, the name recognition. You're going to have your name, your face, your image, your jokes, all plastered all over TV. People are going to go, oh, that's that guy from New Hampshire, or that guy from Maine, whatever. So there's that advantage there. You're plugged in. You got lobbyists from their special interests all around you all the time that are trying to get really close to you and get to know you really well, and you end up sort of deferring to them over time. There's a real war chest that you're able to develop once you're in, right? And the longer you're there, the more codified that becomes and more entrenched that becomes, such that you really just have, really, like I said, a competitive disadvantage if you're trying to challenge that incumbent in the vast majority of cases. And it's virtually impossible in most cases to dislodge. Congress, the re-election rate in Congress is, we looked at the last, 20, 30 years is about, 93, 94%. The approval rating is about 12, 15%. And it's not because the voters are kind of silly and don't get what they're doing. I think it's because there's a real structural problem here that they don't really have access to the new candidates that they want.
Anything else from Mr. Duquette? Representative Belcher, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to take these questions. I want to explore that same concept just a little bit deeper, because one of the things I hear that frustrates people is that they feel like so often elections it's a choice between the lesser of two evils, right? It's which is the least worst option. So I guess my question is, if we had term limits, and we were in this situation where people weren't having to worry about what the other guy might do, so I have to vote for the incumbent, do you think that would actually give people not only the choice to pick a different person, but even drive policy more effectively?
Yeah. So 3 things are coming to my mind. Hopefully they'll all stay in my head while I'm answering you. So one thing is that there's been a study of where there are term limits on state legislatures, that once those kick in, the voter turnout increases a good deal. It's because people feel like, oh, there's an open seat here. There's a whole bunch of different candidates that I have to choose from. This is interesting. I actually have a palette here to choose from, rather than just being a strictly binary choice of the red team and blue team. I actually have, if I'm on the blue team, I have, different candidates to choose for my nominee. So there's that. And then the other aspect that I would point to, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting what you said already. Oh, yes. So there was a study actually done on the effect of term limits on policy in the state of Colorado, where it's really ironic. I in a former life, I used to be a teacher and administrator in charter schools in Colorado for a good 10 years. And Colorado has some of the oldest charter school law in the country. And so they also had term limits kick in sometime after their charter schools were in place. So the study actually took a look at how legislation for charter school law was drafted before and after the term limits kicked in. They saw a 22% increase in mandating language in how they wrote law for charter schools. In other words, much less discretion given over to the charter authorizers, but actually binding how charter schools go in Colorado to the will of the legislature now. And what they posited was the reason for this is due to the fact that they understood that they had a fixed horizon, they adopt what they call a fixed horizon mindset. They only have so much time to get this done, and so they want to bind, the law to what it is here, rather than saying we'll have oversight in 10 years over this issue. That not assuming that they're going to be there in 10 years, actually knowing that they wouldn't be. So it motivated them to actually legislate more aggressively. And then thirdly, I think what we would see with term limits is more of some gumption to actually stand up and actually put forward some proposals that are more bold and have it out in Congress. I want to see more having it out. That's not just theater, but actually really having it out about real solutions. And I think that would be good for both sides of the aisle. Seeing that and to have that motivation, because if you know, I can be here as long as I wanted to be, this is gonna be a career for me. It's just like, I don't know, being back in college when I had a term paper due, inevitably at 2 a.m. the day before it was due, I was up with a Red Bull and trying to get it finished last minute because I had a fixed horizon. But if I had indefinite time to get that done, I might still be in college. So that's kind of what we have going on here. And I think term limits it gives like a kick in the pants to Congress to actually move and get some things done.
Cyber, go ahead. Go ahead. One more.
Okay, yeah, last question. So does term limits do anything to stop the ability of, like, say, corporations to put as much money as they want to into campaigns and disguise that money, therefore having more of the ability to mislead voters?
Well, I think they do that now. Right. And so I don't know how term limits changes that, because actually I think the term limits help on the peripheries with this issue. They don't solve it directly, and that's a campaign finance question. But I think it does help, and this is why. If I'm, surrounded by a lot of congressional incumbents that are pretty much going to be there for quite some time, then it's a sure bet to kind of have that influence. But if I have only so long that these incumbents are going to be there, it upsets that process, and there's going to have to be a new person coming into that system. It puts sort of throws a stick in the revolving door there and jams it, and so that those influences are frustrated. So just to throw out a number, 97% of super PAC money in Congress is given to incumbents versus challengers, and that kind of tells you, I think, everything we need to know. That it's not a red or blue thing, but it's really a matter of green that happens there in Congress. And we see that influence. They want to keep invested, so to speak, in long-term incumbents, because starting over is much more hard on the lobbyists and the special interests to get the outcomes that they want.
Seeing no more hands, Mr. Duquette, thank you for taking all those questions. I know we peppered you, but this is an important measure.
Happy to be peppered.
You came down from Berlin. Berlin is in the North Country, without a doubt. I know Littleton, there's debate about that, but Berlin definitely in the North Country. Thank you.
I think folks in Colebrook might not think it is, but
yeah, I'm from Groveton. That's why I'm sensitive to that. Representative Mandelbaum, please have a seat. I think Abraham Lincoln said not to change clerks in the middle of a stream, or something. It might have been him. So we'll let Representative Foss finish out this measure, HCR 13. I have two more pink cards. Nick Tombolidis and also Deb Cruzell. Deb, I thought you might be Deb, one of you people in the back. So Deb will be on deck, and those are the two pink cards we still have. So Nick also represents U.S. term limits. And if you could, for the record, just pronounce your name in the way you'd like it to be pronounced.
Yes, it's Tumbleidis, but don't worry, no one ever gets it right at these things, so it's okay. Yeah, I represent U.S. term limits, and personally speaking, I've been thinking a lot lately about why New Hampshire government works and why Congress doesn't, and I've been looking into that. And I looked at your state constitution, which was written over 240 years ago. And what I found was that the goal from the jump with that was to create a citizen legislature. Here in New Hampshire, you wanted power to reside with the citizens and then flow upward to your public officials, not vice versa. And that's reflected in how this body is designed. Obviously, you have small districts. You are volunteers. You can be part-time if you wish, or quasi part-time as some people would argue. If someone doesn't like your vote, they yank on your parka at the market basket and they give you an earful. If they really hate your vote, they file to run against you. And unlike Congress, they don't need millions of dollars to do that. So you have essentially, a functional democracy. Congress is really the opposite of that when you think about it. It's become a permanent professional political ruling class. Congress has become more entrenched. It's become more out of touch, more unaccountable, more unreachable. I would suggest that the problem that you have here in New Hampshire is that it is difficult to find good people to run for office because this is a labor of love. In Congress, you have the opposite problem. It's hard to get bad people to leave. And so, when you're thinking about policy, it wouldn't be easy to take a magic wand and make the 8, 9, 10 different changes you need to turn Congress into a citizen legislature like this. But what you can do is you can closely approximate that through term limits on Congress. Because what term limits would do is it would guarantee you competitive open seat elections on a regular basis. It would be a lot easier to run for office. What we see is when seats are open, sometimes people win congressional seats with a couple $100,000 instead of 5-10 million coming from PACs and super PACs. So it's more accessible to the average person, not just wealthy people. You would get fresh faces and ideas, new perspectives. You would get people in Congress who could basically change the system before it changes them. And I think that's very important. If we were going to, go around this room and design like the perfect legislature, we might say, well, we're going to give them nothing, but we'll let them serve as long as they want. Or we're going to give them everything and we're going to put a cap on their tenure. But the one thing nobody would want is to give them everything and let them serve forever. And that is what we have today in Congress. That is what this resolution would address, and I encourage you to support it. I'll make a quick comment about convention, because I know some folks have concerns about that. I had concerns about that as well at the outset. And then I went into the history books and found that time and time again, this prodding effect is real. When there's a credible threat of a convention coming from the states, Congress will act. It happened with direct election, happened with presidential term limits. It even happened with the Bill of Rights. You could argue we would not have a Bill of Rights if the states were not threatening to call a convention to do that. And then, James Madison worked with Congress to get that done. So all this resolution does is it takes a playbook that's been used time and time again in our country's history, and it applies it to the most popular, the most bipartisan issue in our country today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nick. In terms of term limits, again, if I could ask, as most people know or should know, a U.S. Senator serves a 6-year term, and a U.S. House member serves a 2-year term. Senate 6, House 2. How would this term limit see this being applied to those two disparate bodies?
Well, so as my colleague Aaron mentioned, this resolution would not spell that out. That's going to be for Congress to determine at the end of the day exactly what it should be. But I would say the best way to do it is, stick with American tradition. The House was designed to be more democratic, right? It was supposed to be very rough and tumble. That's why they had the 2-year terms. The framers of the Constitution wanted rapid turnover in the House. They wanted it to be very close to the people. The Senate was supposed to be a little bit more elite. It was modeled after the House of Lords in Britain. So I think you'd go maybe a little shorter for the House, a little longer for the Senate. But, the most important thing is that we have some term limit, because 40, 50 years in one seat is just ridiculous.
Anything else for this testifier? Seeing no hands, Nick, thanks so much for that. That was well presented. We have one more pink card. That is from Deb Cruzel. Deb is from, or Ms. Cruzel is from Pelham, representing herself. She's in opposition to the bill. We have a representative on this committee from Pelham, so it sounds like you don't want to term limit him, but I'm digressing. Welcome, Deb. Please have at it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all your service and your listening this morning. I'm here to speak against both the Constitutional Convention and term limits. Yes, there are elected officials that I wish were not reelected repeatedly, but the deeper issue is not how long someone serves, it's whether elections are trustworthy and whether the Constitution is actually followed. If elections were genuinely fair with transparent processes, accountability would already exist. Several things to get there would be to get rid of election machines that still have source code from Venezuela and or Chinese parts, and do hand counting of ballots with watermarks on them on a single election day with mail-in ballots only for military located overseas and people with documented medical issues. Fixing symptoms without fixing the system won't restore representative government. And to speak to the people in support, perhaps the 84% of people in New Hampshire that support term limits don't realize that our elections are still fraudulent. And so if they realize that when they realize that elections can be fair, that number might change. Before 1912 and the signing of the 17th Amendment, the U.S. senators were appointed by state legislators. That structure was intentional. Senators were meant to represent the interests of their states as a political body, not function as national celebrities insulated from state oversight. If a senator failed to represent the state properly, the state legislator could replace them. That was a real check and balance. Instead of rewriting the Constitution, why not consider repealing the amendment that removed that safeguard? My greatest concern with a constitutional convention is the assumption that adding new amendments will somehow restrain a government that already ignores existing ones. That belief does not match reality. We see routine constitutional violations today, from unelected bureaucracies making law to courts rewriting statutes to widespread federal overreach. If the current Constitution is not being honored, why should we believe new language would be? The Constitution was written by men who had just escaped centralized power. They were deeply educated in history and intentionally designed a system to restrain government, not empower it further. Until elections are secured and the Constitution we already have is obeyed, it is reckless to assume a convention could better protect the American people than what was established in 1788. There are very few people serving currently in Washington that follow the Constitution. We need them to help teach others their true responsibilities. Getting rid of mentors like that would be a terrible thing for our country. Please vote against HCR 13.
Thank you so much, Ms. Frizzell. Will you take any questions if there are any?
I can try.
I kind of have a quick one. I picked up on your mention of the fact that U.S. senators used to be selected by legislators, by us here.
Yes, yes.
Up until the 1913 amendment. Was it the 17th? Was that
Yes.
the right number? So it sounds like you're in favor of repealing the 17th Amendment, which is very interesting. I know you're not the only one. But so on the one hand, you're opposed to a constitutional convention or this constitutional amendment, but you're okay with repealing an amendment. Now, that would take a similar constitutional process to repeal an amendment as it would be to put in a new amendment for term limits. So, so I'm here. So, is there a little bit of a dichotomy there, so to speak? So, you're for repealing amendment, which would require, national action. So, anyway, if you could speak to that just a little bit.
I don't have solutions. I'm just like a person that lives in Pelham. I believe that the founders of our company, of our country, they studied really long and hard, and they were very oppressed. And so they designed the Constitution in a particular way. And there was a lot of bad things that happened around 1912, 1913. And I can only say that I believe that those were all kind of lumped together on purpose.
So much for that. Anything else? Go ahead. The representative from Pelham, go ahead.
Hi, Deb. How you doing? If a process were to come through, like the states instead proposing an amendment that would repeal like the 17th and maybe the income tax, would you support that as well, or would you expect Congress to do it?
Again, I don't have the answers. I would love to see the IRS taken care of too. You know, that's definitely unconstitutional as well.
Anything else? Representative Bennett.
For taking my question. Thank you for being here and thank you for your speech. If we assume that, or not assume, but if we see what you're saying is true and there are some flaws, how would this, if we try to do something like this, to do something to correct, we can't correct everything in one day. So if we do this to correct part of the problem, how would that hurt more what we're doing? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think if you could be a little clearer,
I guess
Representative
in my
Bennett, of what you
opinion,
mean by this.
I like, if we adopt HCR 13, how is that going to further the problems that you mentioned? Like, in my opinion, you got to do little by little, like do something to fix the problem.
Well, again, the first thing is that we need to follow the Constitution. And the second thing is that we need to have free and fair elections. And there's lots of news coming out even today and this last week about elections in Georgia and Puerto Rico. And I think that if you read the book, Stolen Election, that just came out last year, you would find out that they have an abundance of information fully exposing all the fraud that's happened over the last, I don't know, who knows how many years.
Could I have a follow-up?
Follow up.
This is not about that though. Like we can't take everything and fix everything today. We're just talking about one idea to help with a problem that we already have. So is there a problem with fixing one thing at a time? This is about a constitutional convention to fix one problem.
I think there's a lot of other problems that need to be fixed before that. So I think that I don't know really how to answer your question. I'm sorry. But I feel strongly that changing more and more things before you fix what's broken, it isn't going to help at all.
Hey, seeing no more hands, Ms. Crizzell, thanks so much for coming up. I really appreciate you making the trip, and we love engaged citizens getting involved up here. Thank you so much. Okay, we have one late card, one final card on HCR 13. Gentleman from Londonderry, Speaker Packard. Welcome to State Federal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, member of the committee. I really had no plans on speaking today, but after the discussion that has been going on, I wanted to try and add a little bit to it. Up until recently, I was absolutely against term limits. I thought they were the wrong thing. After the mess that I've seen in Washington in the last year, I believe that this is the right path to go down. And Representative Bennett, on your question of taking little pieces at a time, NCSL, National Conference of State Legislators, about a year ago started working on a program where we call it federalism. And we met in Columbus, Ohio in early December, where it was colder than it was in Alaska, to get together. And myself, Representative Kofalt, and Senator Sharon Carson was there also. We had Senate presidents and speakers of the House from all over the country, both parties working together to make sure that we returned the states to what they were able to do and what we should be doing, and to take the power. We've had the power of the states taken away from us in Congress for way too long. So I see this as a twofold thing. I see it, we put term limits on Congress, and we're going to continue to be working on the with our group of people, Senate presidents and speakers, on the federalism, making sure that we can return the states to where they should be. The 10th Amendment was written for a reason, and it's been completely obliterated by Congress. We have to bring that back to us having the power to regulate what we do and not be continually blackmailed by Congress. We give them our money, and then they blackmail us to get the money back. It's not right, and it's got to be changed. This is one of the first steps, and along with what we're doing in the CSL, and I talked to the people in CSG the other day and asked them to come on board also, so that we could actually force Congress to do something. And I think doing this and what the other avenues we're working on, we can return the power to the states where they should be. That has been taken away from us by Congress. That's what all I have to say. So I support this 100%.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Would you take any questions if there are any?
Yes.
Any hands? Anything for the Speaker? Representative Mannion.
Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being here and taking this question. Would you say that part of the problem here is that these individuals, they run in perpetuity for office and they end up being more beholden to donors and less focused on the states they're supposed to represent?
I would say that that's a fairly accurate analysis of what happens in many cases. Yes. Contrary to, well, we're in our own little world here in New Hampshire because, you know, we get $100 a year, and I mean, you know, it just doesn't make too much for anybody to become corrupt. In fact, I've been around a while, and yeah, I can't remember of anybody being. You'd have to buy off 201 people to do anything. So, you know, it's just kind of ridiculous that that's going to happen. But yeah, it happens in Congress, and both parties are responsible for where we are today. It isn't just one party.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you for taking my question. I don't want to pass up the opportunity to be able to ask you a question. I'm a teacher. I also tell my students to come up with questions, but I was wondering if you would expound on, you said that you were against term limits for a long time, and then you changed your mind. Can you kind of give us a?
Well, I firmly believe I firmly believe now, with what has been going on for a number of years in Congress, that something has to change, and I believe this is one of the things that we have to change.
Follow up.
My question was kind of like, what was the thing that really?
It was a compilation of things. It wasn't one issue. It was a compilation of things that have been happening in Washington, you know, for many, many years now, and it's just got progressively worse. So that's why it changed.
Anything else? Seeing no hands, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Great to see you here in our committee. And with no more pink cards on HCR 13, we will close that hearing. We will take a minute or so to swap out our clerks. Representative Foss, thank you. Thank you for stepping up.
You're quite welcome. The train in law school, and it was a Final Jeopardy that I knew the answer to.
We'll start the next hearing momentarily. Representative Gilmore, did I see him? He's the prime sponsor of HCR 16. I will be looking for Representative Gilmore momentarily. And Davis is looking for him perhaps. And Davis, following HCR 16, we have one more measure, that's HR 34. Representative DeChoinier is the prime sponsor. Have you seen him? He is in the House. Okay, he'll be on deck. Reps- Okay, looking for Representative Gilmore, the prime sponsor for the next measure. I thought I saw him earlier. We're looking for the prime sponsor at this moment. The next measure on our schedule is HCR 16. That also relates to the Convention of the States. The description of the measure involves applying for a Convention of the States under Article 5 of the Constitution of the United States. And look, the prime sponsor is Representative Gilmore from Dover, and we're looking for him at this time. While we're waiting for the prime sponsor of HCR 16, which I only have a couple of cards for, the final measure for our committee today and for our whole schedule is HR 34. That is the measure slated for this morning. The description is declaring that Sharia law and political Islam represent an existential threat to the state and country, and that any deference to Sharia law by a government institution is prohibited. So that is in our future. I have a lot of cards for HR 34, the measure I just described. So we'll speak to that. We want to make sure everybody and here's another one. So we want to make, and they interesting, they look to be fairly split in support and in opposition. So when we get to that momentarily, we will. And here's another one for HR 34. So we want to make sure everyone who comes in is heard and gets a chance to speak. If we get, and here's another one. So we may have to limit testimony just to make sure we give everyone a chance to testify. We'll speak to that later. That measure is on deck. It's not the one that we're looking to do here. I will say that we are looking for Representative Gilmore Davis, and you don't have a visual on him. Okay. He is the prime sponsor. I will share that my understanding from having had some discussion with Representative Gilmore is that he was perhaps considering withdrawing his, and I'm not speaking for him, I'm just sharing that while we wait for him. He was considering withdrawing HCR 16 in favor of HCR 13, which we just finished a hearing on. So what I'm going to do is, because it's almost 10:30, to make sure we use our time in the best way, I'm going to open the hearing on HCR 16, applying for Convention of States under Article 5, and I'm going to recess that hearing and come back to it when, if or when, hopefully the prime sponsor is here to introduce it. So I'm going to recess the hearing on HCR 16, and at 10:30 we can go to HR 34. I have, as I just said, I have many cards, people who want to speak on both sides of this, and here are two more. Let's go. The prime sponsor is here for HR 34. That is Representative Sabarendi Chouanier. So, and here's another one. So, we give a lot of deference to the prime sponsors. So, Representative Chouanier, you are not limited to 2 or 3 minutes. Please take the time that you need to properly introduce your resolution and the thoughts behind it. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Moffat, members of the committee. I don't know if I'll need too much time to introduce this. This is a resolution condemning Sharia law and political Islam. This past year, the state of Texas passed legislation that would prohibit the formation of Sharia law communities, and there are actually current federal efforts to ban Sharia law in the entire United States in the form of proposed legislation such as the No Sharia Act and the Preserving a Sharia-Free America Act as well, in the U.S. House and Congress, respectively. This resolution has been filed in solidarity with those efforts. Across the pond, the European Court of Human Rights has stated that the tenets of Islamic Sharia law are incompatible with the fundamental principles of democracy. A brief example of this, one of the earliest forms of Sharia to arrive is voluntary arbitration, but it's never truly voluntary, and a woman voluntarily agreeing to arbitrate in a Sharia tribunal has never been known to be allowed to withdraw. Minnesota, New York, and California are all locales with Sharia enforcement in place, and I'd like for us to take the initiative here in New Hampshire and assert our own common law tradition as exemplified by the New Hampshire Constitution. Please support the OTP motion on this resolution.
Well, that was a very efficient introduction, Representative Chouanier. Thank you. Would you take questions? There are questions already. Go ahead, Representative Foss.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. So you said that mandatory arbitration is an example of Sharia. You mean just in general, all mandatory arbitration, like what you see in like a contract with like a company?
No.
Okay. Sorry. May I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead.
Can you clarify in what context do you think that mandatory arbitration is?
Well, we actually have examples in the resolution regarding how Sharia is enforced, and we can see we can actually read from it right here. Whereas Minnesota, New York, California are all locales with Sharia enforcement in place, including unofficial Islamic tribunals and arbitration panels, such as the Islamic Tribunal of Greater Minneapolis in Minnesota, that apply Sharia principles in voluntary family, divorce, and civil disputes, often without full oversight to ensure compliance with U.S. constitutional rights. So there's an example right there.
Representative Belcher.
You, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here to take my question on this. So you bring up a very interesting point, which is these voluntary tribunals and arbitrations. And it introduces Sharia as the binding guidelines for those. But is it true that if you were to choose to withdraw after voluntarily entering into a arbitration in Sharia, it would be considered, according to the principles of Sharia, to be leaving the faith?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Follow-up.
Thank you. And as a follow-up to that, can you identify what the penalty is prescribed by Sharia for leaving the faith?
It could be up to death.
Thank you.
And we voted against the death penalty this week.
Before I go to Representative Foss, anyone else besides Representative Foss? Okay, back to Representative Foss.
The first time I've heard that. So can you give an example of somebody being killed in the United States for withdrawing from this voluntary arbitration?
Not at this time.
Any other, Representative Foss, go ahead.
Thank you. And isn't Sharia law already prohibited by the Establishment Clause of the United States Constitution?
God bless. Absolutely.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
So if it's already prohibited, why is this measure necessary?
I mean, you could ask those questions about why are we submitting federal legislation as well, and I support those measures, and I support this resolution.
It can be a big one if it's necessary. Go ahead, Representative Foss, please.
Well, I would ask those questions if those people were in front of me, but I'm asking you, why are we submitting this if it's already prohibited under the Constitution?
We're supporting the federal legislative efforts, and we are asserting our Constitution again, our common law tradition.
Representative Buditaki.
Well, I got a lot of questions. I did some research yesterday because I know it's an interest to the people. You wrote in the resolution that the Islamic faith or something is existential threat. My question is, if the House declares one religion's legal tradition an existential threat, what prevents future resolutions targeting other faiths or ideologies?
Interesting question.
I'm a Hindu, right? I'm feeling that there could be some resolutions that could target my faith. Is there any guardrails that would prevent doing so?
I am not sure right now.
Anything else for the prime sponsor? Seeing no other hands, thank you, Mr. Prime Sponsor, Representative Deschornier. Okay, so we have, as I've already alluded to, many pink cards on both sides in support and opposition. So we need to let everyone have a chance who came in here to speak. So given the volume of cards, I'm going to ask, and I'm going to ask the Vice Chair to help me out here a little bit. By necessity, we're going to have to ask you to limit your testimony to, if you could do it in 2 minutes. Now, oftentimes, when this comes up, which is not unusual, there's a lot of interest in a certain measure. The committee does not need to necessarily hear the same statistic or the same information over and over and over again. So if somebody has made a point or quoted something or cited law or whatever, this is on video, and we have the capacity and capability to go back and review, which we pretty much do. I always go back and look at the testimony. So you will be heard. And also there's an option of written testimony. We have received some written testimony. So in addition to your oral testimony, you and others can certainly submit written testimony as well. So Representative Rollins, the Vice Chair, after around 2 minutes, he's got something bright and shiny. Is it like this, perhaps, Representative? So, and I know some of you just take a minute or two anyway, I always try to give you a chance to take questions, and sometimes the answer to a question can go 5 minutes. So I'm not going to ask you if you want to take questions, but I want the committee to throw a hand up. So if somebody says something that you want to ask them, please let it be known, and then we'll ask the person if they'll take a question. Otherwise, to give everybody a chance, I'm not going to ask them if they'll take questions. So that's up to you all if you want to ask the question. All that said, let's get right to it. As I said, there's a lot of cards here, both for and against, and in no particular order. Usually we defer to if there's a representative here. Representative Mahiga, yes. Do I have a card in here from you somewhere?
Yes.
Yes. So this is a practice. Representative Mahigan, from Pembroke. Welcome, and please tell us your thoughts on this.
Yeah, thank you much for taking my testimony. I have given you all my testimony in writing up. I had to condense the eternal gospel down to a minute and a half. That's going to be a little bit challenging, but I want to say a couple of things that are important. This is a common sense bill that has nothing to do with Islam, the practice of Islam, or that. It is all about. Wait, I want to hear your questions because yours are the best. So let me finish and then, yeah. It is not about Islam, the practice of it is all about the Establishment Clause and what can and should be deferred to by the U.S. Constitution. And it's talking about deference to Sharia law, not the practice thereof. So in a church or in a synagogue or in a mosque, you have your laws that are done and you've got your pastors and imams that are doing it. But when it comes to an Islamic state, you have the government that enforces what the imams say is the law. If you've never been outside of this country and you've never been to an Islamic country where this rule is established, I can understand your jaundiced view of what I'm saying. I've been in jail in Morocco for carrying 440 studies of the Gospel of Luke because it's illegal for a Muslim in Morocco to study the Gospel of Luke. And so because I had them with me, I was charged and convicted of possession of subversive literature with the intent to convert a Muslim. I spent 3 days in interrogation with the most wonderful human beings I've ever met, and I've never forgotten the warm words that we shared between the law enforcement officers who were enforcing the law and I who was breaking the law, smuggling them in. So this is not a thing of hatred, it's a thing of saying. This goes without saying. The U.S. Constitution does not defer to a religion, and it does not defer to somebody coming in and say the Sharia law is higher than the U.S. Constitution. And I think that's all that needs to be said, really. And I am very happy to answer any of your questions personally, privately, or by email. I'll get back to you right away.
Representative Foss.
Thank you for letting me.
You. Well, so you say this isn't about Islam specifically, but, on line 11, it says that the language of Islamophobia was developed by the Muslim Brotherhood in conjunction with the Marxist left. It says the charge on 29, the charge of Islamophobia coincides with Marxist narratives on racism and sexism. So the resolutions has in the language Islam repeated. So wouldn't that contradict the claim that it's not about Islam?
If you'll excuse me, if you'll understand with all, you're not reading it correctly because it's talking about the accusation of Islamophobia is intended to shut down my testimony, and my testimony comes from walking among Muslims for years and enjoying their company and the conversation that ensued from it. It's not about fear. It's about my love for the United States and the U.S. Constitution and people who come in wanting to change it. That's what it is. Islamophobia is an invented term. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything. In fact, if you're Muslim, and now we've got a year of conversation we can have together over a bottle of wine, and I love it. I want to say something else. Where I teach and have taught for 40 years in Pembroke Academy, we have wonderful Muslim families that come, and their girls are dressed like Ilhan Omar, very attractive, very at home among us. There's nothing that's going to stop, nothing in this bill that's going to stop them from enjoying the company of the extraordinary people that come to Pembroke Academy. Their families are my family and have been as soon as they got there because they speak Arabic and I speak a little bit of Arabic. So this is not about harming people of faith. It's about saying, back off if you want to change the law.
Representative Voss?
But in that case, couldn't the resolution just say religious law shall not supersede the law of the land? Or why does it single out Islam?
If you read my email, I actually agree with you. It says deference, and that's a well-chosen word. The U.S. Constitution will not defer to another law, and that's what it's saying. So it's actually putting it into concise language, what you're asking for.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for taking questions, Representative.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Thank you for listening.
Okay, as is our custom, we do try to give some deference. To go back to the deference word, Representative Khan is here and from Seabrook, who has put a card in. He is in support of the bill. Welcome, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, the committee members. Last year around this time, I was here for another resolution. At that time, it was successfully put it on the House and it passed overwhelmingly. Mr. Chairman, I was born as a Muslim, and still my family and my friends and everything, we practice Muslim rituals, whatever we have to do. I have a strong belief in Allah, God, and whoever mentioned the names. But the Sharia law, I am not an expert on the Sharia law or Sharia, but some part of my religious people, they take this law in a different way, and some of them take this in an extreme way that the woman's right is gone. Women cannot run for any public office. They cannot do many things. That's my concern. We don't want to see that happen in our society. And many other things that the extreme part of this, my religion, takes it in a different way that gives a very bad name to the religion. So I'm here in front of you just to bring my concern that it's just not the Sharia law, different group, different country takes this in a different way and they use it their own purpose. And I will take any question, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being here for your testimony on this. Would you view this similarly if we had any other foreign system of law, such as, I don't know, if there was a religious Nazism that was convening their own tribunals and they wanted to keep people within that and away from U.S. constitutional law, would that not be the same kind of thing that we're trying to do here?
I would agree with you.
Anything else, Representative Foss?
Thank you. Along those lines, would you support an amendment to say that it's any form of religious-based law that the state is an existential threat to the state of New Hampshire?
I will agree. I have no problem with that.
Anything else? Representative Budataki?
Quick question. Can you provide verified evidence beyond anecdote that Sharia law, Sharia enforcement operates in Minnesota, New York, or California in a way that overrides U.S. constitutional law?
I don't have any evidence. I cannot do that now.
Do you support taking these allegations from the resolution?
Representative, I stated in my statement that I am here to testify before you. My concern is taking this law and using in a very bad way, creating a different society. That is my concern, especially the women's rights, taken away. That is the reason I'm in front of you, to bring awareness.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Bennett.
Thank you for taking my question. Quick question. Would you say that this resolution is to provide safety for American citizens as well as any other citizens that would fall under this? Would it provide their safety? Is that what this is for?
Representative, I cannot just explain myself that what is exactly it is a big way, but I think that this resolution can bring the awareness to our state and our society and perhaps in our country.
Okay, thank you, Representative Khan. And at this time, we will move on to the next guest who wishes to share some testimony. I do need to point out, Representative Belcher, you and myself actually are both co-sponsors of this measure. So our practice typically for someone on a committee who is a co-sponsor is to minimize their questioning. So I'm not going to say, I don't want to say that you or I can't ask a question, especially if it needs to be asked, if it's salient. But generally, as co-sponsors, we pretty much try to defer to the others on questioning. Okay, Lynn Lippett from Milford. Is Lynn here? Lynn, welcome. Lynn is in opposition to the bill. She originally asked for 2 minutes, which is perfect. Thank you, Lynn. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for hearing from me today. I'm a concerned citizen. I have family and friends who are Muslim, and so I know that there's nothing to be afraid of. Other people have said that. I feel this bill is unnecessary because, again, it's against the Constitution, so that can't happen. And all these things that were in the language about that seem fear-mongering around punishments, severe punishments for people. It's like, that's against the law already. That, if people do that, that's against the law. It's like looking at Christianity, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's still practiced in some places in the world. We're not putting Christianity on this bill. Also, what's political Islam? That wasn't well defined in the bill. How will that impact Muslims in politics? How does it impact freedom of speech? It reminds me a bit of the uproar over John F. Kennedy running for president because he was Catholic, and people were afraid he would be beholden to the canon law, and he wasn't, and Muslims aren't in politics today. I just feel that this will impact Muslims' constitutional rights to freely engage in their practice of religion and freedom of speech. Because how will we know whether they're doing it because they're Muslim or because they're Americans? Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no questions from the committee, thank you again for coming here. Appreciate it very much. Okay, my next card here, also asking for 2 minutes, which is wonderful. And he can help me with the spelling. Mohammed Al-Abrosh is from Manchester. Is he here? Is that you? All right, welcome. If you could, for the record, state your name as you would like to hear it pronounced. And you're in opposition to the bill from Manchester, representing yourself. And again, your name again is?
My name is Muhannad. So this this resolution violates the First Amendment. The government cannot single out one religious practice and declare them a threat. And that's exactly what this does. Sharia is simply how Muslims live their lives. The same way a Jew follows the halakha law, or a Catholic follows the canon law. In America, these religious codes guide personal conscience, and they don't override the Constitution or the law of the land. And the Supremacy Clause makes that impossible, so we already have that covered. No Muslim can walk into New Hampshire today and say, no, the Sharia overrides this law. That doesn't work and never has. HR 34 doesn't address a real problem, it creates a constitutional one. It sets a precedence that New Hampshire can condemn a religious belief. And that violates religious freedom. I urge you to reject this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Seeing no hands, I thank you again. I'm sorry. Representative Mandelbaum, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mohammed, for being here. I'm just curious, you mentioned that this resolution doesn't solve the problem.
Doesn't solve a problem, it creates one.
Oh, okay. All right, I heard the problem and wanted to clarify what the problem is,
Yeah.
but thank you.
Representative Jones, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mohammed, for being here. You kind of drew the line at freedom of religion and thinking we should stick with that. But where is the line? Like, if we had a religion that believes in sacrificing animals, should we do that because it says freedom of religion?
We already have laws of the land that govern the United States. So if anyone is doing anything that's against the law of the land, then that would be illegal. Same way someone might want to eat like horse meat, for example. Say no, that's legal in the United States.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for monitoring the time, as we very much want to hear from everyone. Thank you, Mohammed. Mike Moore from Enfield. Is Michael here? Welcome, Mike. Michael says Mike. Very unusual name, Mike Moore from Enfield. He's here in support of the bill, and he asked for 1 minute, but if you want to go a little bit over, have at it. Welcome.
Okay, well, thank you for allowing me to speak here today. I'm not an excellent speaker, so please bear with me, but I will try to keep it short. But I'd like to start off by saying that during my career, I traveled to many Islamic countries, Egypt, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and so on. I witnessed the reality of Sharia law. I'm concerned when I see the mass migration of Muslims allowed into Europe and the general and acknowledged change in the established cultural norms and increased violence as a result. I see the same trends beginning here in the U.S., and what concerns me, in addition to unchecked immigration, is the adherence to and the implementation of Sharia law. Sharia law does not reflect the philosophy of render unto Caesar what is the things that are Caesar's and unto God the things that are God's. No, Sharia law mandates that all the peoples of the earth must submit to the tenets of Sharia law. This means that every area in an individual's life must be compliant, meaning that there is no separation between mosque and state. As an American, this is totally unacceptable. The argument that there are peaceful Muslims, then there are the terrorists, is a faux argument. The peaceful Muslims will pursue the tenets of Sharia law by other means. We see them doing this in Texas, Minnesota, and elsewhere. I ask that you not bend to the charge of Islamophobia. This is used as a cudgel to discourage any criticism of Sharia law. I'm asking you to stay resolute in defending our constitutional republic and pass H.R. 34. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Seeing no hands, is there a hand? Representative Budataki?
Quick question. I think this question relates to what you just said. What gap in current law does this resolution fill, given that U.S. and New Hampshire courts already prohibits enforcement of any foreign or religious law that conflicts with constitutional rights?
I'm sorry.
Okay, let me repeat that. What gap in current law does this resolution fill?
I don't know. I think this is proactive, and I think we need to be proactive because the tenet of Islam is that it will surpass your particular values in any particular country that it goes after. I mean, so this is a proactive legislation, and I strongly support it.
Okay, seeing no other hands, thank you again so much for your time and for coming in here from Enfield. Okay. My next card here is from Lisa Bowden from Concord. Is Lisa here? Lisa is in the house. Welcome, Lisa. Lisa is representing the New Hampshire Council of Churches. She'd asked for 3 minutes. She also has written testimony, which is much appreciated. It said you had or have submitting or will submit 18 copies for all of us. Thank you so much for the written testimony and welcome. And please, you again are in opposition to the bill, so please have at it.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Lisa Bodwin. I serve as the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Council of Churches. I hope you will read my complete testimony. It is hard on the fly to condense it to 2 minutes. The Council respectfully opposes H.R. 34 because it departs from New Hampshire's longstanding commitment to religious liberty, constitutional governance, and evidence-based lawmaking. I would like to emphasize that there is no evidence presented of judges, agencies, or municipalities violating the duty that courts are bound by the United States Constitution and the New Hampshire Constitution. I would like this committee to know that in 2024, the American Bar Association published a piece noting that many anti-Sharia laws, bills are referred to by a cut and paste legislative entity known as the American Laws for American Courts. And the American Bar Association describes these as anti-foreign laws framing as a pretext for actual discrimination. The bill as written makes broad, alarming allegations about Islam and Muslim communities, including claims about global domination, terror, sex slavery, and informal patrols, blah, blah, blah. These claims are presented without citations, et cetera, et cetera. The New Hampshire legislature is not a forum for advancing unverified narratives or conspiracy frameworks. When unsupported claims are elevated into official resolutions, the credibility of this institution will be weakened. It wearies the hearts of the people of faith under the New Hampshire Council of Churches. We are profoundly troubled by the precedent this resolution would set if the New Hampshire legislature declares itself competent to pass judgment on one faith tradition. It opens the doors to future resolutions targeting others. Would one of our 7 denominations be next? Religious freedom in this country endures precisely because the government refrains from naming belief systems as threats. We must resist unfounded, fear-based policymaking. The Granite State is strongest when it is guided by love for one another and affirms religious belonging for all. As people of faith, we oppose thinly veiled discriminatory attacks on our Muslim siblings. We urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate. I have one more that I have to find. I appreciate your patience.
Your time. We're all very interested in whatever that last note is. Take your time because we want to hear what that is, because obviously it's
In the Gospel of Luke, Jesus answers the question, "Who is my neighbor?" with the parable of the Good Samaritan, where he deliberately centers moral faithfulness in someone from a religious and a foreign religious community that is viewed with fear and hostility. Jesus teaches us to reject the logic of suspicion and instead calls for us to recognize dignity, humanity, and neighborliness across religious differences. Jesus commands us to love one another. This resolution is contrary to faithful Christian witness, and it is contrary to the established laws in our United States Constitution and in the New Hampshire Constitution. Thank you.
questions for, go ahead, Representative Belcher. And I may
Mr.
have a
Chair.
question myself, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to take my question. You had said that there was allegations with no proof whatsoever in the document, but it makes explicit reference to the explanatory memorandum on the general strategic goal for the group in North America. And was that not a document that was admitted and adjudicated in U.S. federal courts and found to be correct?
I will have to check on that and get back to you, but my initial review indicated that that was not accurate, but I will check into that.
Ms. Bowden, if I may, there are in the world, not this country, but there are many countries that do not have the freedom of religion we have here. There are many countries that we call them theocracies. And in those countries, you have to adhere to a certain tenet, a certain religion, a certain faith, or else you could be imprisoned or exiled. What are your thoughts as to these other countries? I know you have you're giving us a very tolerant message, but that's my question to you is, how do you look at these countries that don't allow religious freedom and that are very intolerant and that will do take very strong actions against anyone who doesn't adhere to the state religion?
I have two things. One is that I believe it is important that here in front of a committee, in front of the New Hampshire legislature, determining a bill that we are considering, we need to stay focused on our ability to remain religiously tolerant and not look at condemning other countries. That's not what I'm here to do in front of you today. I will also add that the New Hampshire Council of Churches is very aware and is closely monitoring some of the very harmful ways in which Christian nationalist ideology has co-opted the teachings and ministry of Jesus Christ. And if the Christian nationalist ideologues have their way, we will be under the thumb of religious intolerance in this country. So I see this particular resolution as under the umbrella of beginning to try to bolster a certain approach to Christianity by alienating other religions and demonizing them. And the New Hampshire Council of Churches believes that God's love is universal.
Thank you for that. And I do have to point out, you mentioned a bill, this being a bill. This is not a bill. This is a resolution. Which is an important,
Thank you for that
important
correction.
distinction. Sure. Okay, seeing no other hands, thank you so much for that testimony. Much appreciated. Okay, next up from our stack of pink cards is Patrick Binder of Manchester, representing himself. And he is here in support of it says the bill, it's in support of the measure or the resolution. Welcome,
Yes,
Patrick.
I am here in support of resolution. Patrick Binder from Manchester. Thank you for having me today. I'm going to quote some of our founding fathers. It was Hamilton who said that we must be wary of disharmonious cultures coming to America. And I think this was very well founded. People come to America for our legal system. That is the big thing that we offer here is a legal system unlike any other in the world, New Hampshire included. Sharia is a different legal system. We're talking about a foreign legal system, the opposite of assimilation, the exact opposite of assimilation to America. And what is the goal of a foreign nation other than to gain resources, influence, and power? Let's not pretend this isn't an existential threat to the existence of the American way of life. Our Constitution says that we are here to secure the blessings of liberty for Americans and for our posterity. General Stark said, "I am the enemy of all foreign influence, and all foreign influence is tyranny." Now, I'm not a legal expert in Sharia law, but I know a little bit about common law and our ways and customs here. And God forbid I or my grandchildren ever get dragged into a Sharia court. I know that we will not be feeling more free for that. Now, our founding fathers didn't face this threat. Islam and Sharia were not at the footsteps of America back then, but it's here now and it's in Europe now. And we need to protect the New Hampshire way of life. This bill is a message to Islamists everywhere, not in New Hampshire. You're not doing it here. If they want the Sharia way of life, they can go do it in Islamic countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate you coming up here from Manchester. Question? I am seeing no questions. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, in opposition to the bill is Beverly Woods. Is Beverly here? Beverly, welcome. Beverly is here from Wolfboro, representing herself.
Thank you for taking my testimony today. I didn't have it written down because I was lying awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, writing it and trying to condense it into 2 or 3 minutes. I will attempt to be brief, and I will probably provide written testimony later when I've had a chance to write it down. I have lived in New Hampshire for 50 years. I am descended from people who were here before these United States were the United States. Ancestors of mine fought in the Revolutionary War. This kind of thing, I heartily believe, is not what they fought for. I am a person of faith. I have my roots in several faith traditions that are deep in New Hampshire soil, the Quaker tradition, the Unitarian Universalist tradition. These are traditions that are deeply concerned with coming forward and having a witness to the truth. And that's why I'm here today. Because there's a ton of stuff in this resolution that is not the truth and doesn't belong in our legislature whatsoever. This is an attack on Islam. And although people say, oh, individual Muslims are okay, I don't believe that that's the actual effect of this document. This document is encouraging every single person in the state to look with suspicion on any Muslim they meet, that this person's trying to take over the state. I'm sorry, but I think that Sharia law poses as much danger to us here as the biblical prohibition against wearing mixed fibers in your clothing threatens the malls of New Hampshire. In other words, not at all. It is not relevant. The purpose of this is to cause people to say, oh, I'm worried about those people over there. On behalf of my many community members, on behalf of my many friends, and mostly on behalf of my dearly, dearly, deeply beloved family members who are Muslim, I cannot stay home while this is being entertained as a serious thing that the legislature should pass. Thank you.
Thank you for that passionate testimony. Appreciate you coming here and sharing that. Seeing no hands, I thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, also in opposition to the bill, gentleman has asked for 2 minutes. Moyad Al-Abtash from Manchester. Moyad, when you get to the microphone, if you could, for the record, state your name in the way that you would like it to be pronounced. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Muayyad. I'm a resident of Manchester. So I'm coming here because I believe that this resolution is unconstitutional and that the state does not have the right to legislate which law of God is legal or illegal. And this resolution also tries to define what Sharia is, and which Sharia is basically, it's a guide, it's a code for Muslims that guides their personal life, their morality, the way they deal with business, marriage, and divorce. And by this resolution trying to define that is attempting to legislate theology. And Islam is not, or Sharia itself is not a threat, because in Islam, the Muslims must follow the law of the land, and this is within Sharia itself. So if you're trying to stop Sharia, Sharia itself says that we have to follow the law of the land. Another thing I'd like to add is the resolution has blatant misinformation, such as honor killings, which has no Islamic basis, and no source was provided for that information, as well as hand cutting, no source was provided. It's all misinformation. So it's trying to fearmonger the people of New Hampshire. Another part of Sharia, when it comes to the Muslims of the United States, when a Muslim family writes a will or a marriage contract according to Sharia, they're exercising their American constitutional right to a contract, and they choose all the elements of that contract within the legal framework of the American Constitution. And these agreements are already subordinate to U.S. civil laws, and they are protected by the Supremacy Clause. So we do not need HR 34 to protect us. The Constitution does that. The Supremacy Clause does that. And if you pass this resolution, you are setting a precedent that the state of New Hampshire can declare the divine law of one religion to be illegal, and that is a violation of religious freedom. I urge you to vote against this resolution.
Thank you for that. I do want to ask you, you specifically said that Sharia law states that the law of the land should be followed. Is that basically what I heard correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Seeing no other hands, thank you so much for coming up here. Okay, in support of the bill is also from Manchester, if he is here, David Williams. David Williams is here. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is David Williams from Manchester, New Hampshire, and I am here to support H.R. 34 with my comments. I have lived and worked in Middle Eastern Muslim countries a total of over 16 years, and some of my best friends are Muslims. And many of them I consider family, and they consider me family. And none of them that I know would want Sharia law to be influencing our government and our laws here in the U.S. In fact, I'm dismayed that a bill is thought to be needed to address the issue at hand. How can two very different systems of law govern people? One which is based on the English common law, and the other based on the Quran and the Hadiths, which are the sayings of Muhammad, and the body of law that has been developed over centuries that has been derived from these religious documents. In my opinion, the two are very different. Could I expect English common law to be enacted in Turkey, where I lived for 14 years, to govern me just because there was a significant group of American and or British nationals living there? No, I expected to be governed by the laws of the country in which I was living. When someone from another country becomes a citizen of the U.S., they pledge to abide by our Constitution and the laws which govern this nation. Consideration of these two systems of law are about, quote, competing visions for religious, political, and social order, to quote Elliot Carrington. He further states, modern scholarship increasingly acknowledges that the roots of these conflicts lie not merely in politics or economics, but in profound differences in worldview and conception of law, authority, and divine mandate. I couldn't agree more. To give a simple but perhaps humorous example, in the early 80s I lived in Saudi Arabia, and to help mobilize and run a medical center for the Saudi Arabian government. One day, while talking with a Saudi friend of mine, who, by the way, had a master's degree from San Francisco State in hospital administration, we were talking about traffic accidents, which were quite common. And I asked him, if I was rear-ended by a Saudi-driven vehicle, whose fault would it be? He immediately said, it would be my fault, with the rationale that if I wasn't in the country, the accident wouldn't have happened. A very different perspective than the way we look at things here. In conclusion, if a bill of this nature is required to prevent Sharia, I am all for it, and the Muslims I know would agree. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. May you have much wisdom as you proceed with these hearings.
Thank you so much for taking the time to come in here. It truly is appreciated. And I'm looking to see if there are hands up, and I see none. So thank you again.
You're welcome.
Okay, my next card is Mohammed Saleh. He lives on 240 Darling Road, but I don't know what town that is, so or city. He's representing himself from 240 Darling Road. Perhaps, Mohammed, you'll tell us your community if you could. And he is in opposition to the measure, to the resolution. Welcome.
Thank you. My apology. I live in Keene. I appreciate your time. My name is Mohammed Saleh. I am a Muslim American. I have been a citizen for 30 years. I have many friends who represent a broad spectrum of American life. I love this country precisely because this country does not show any preference to any particular religion or society. Where I come from, that always was not the case. I'm originally from Bangladesh, like Representative Khan, who testified earlier. Representative Khan talked about women's right being taken away in Muslim society. It is true in certain countries, but in my understanding, that is more of a cultural phenomena than a religious phenomena. Many of other countries that we observe that are under dictatorial rule. There is no proper democracy. Bangladesh, which is a 90% Muslim majority country, was ruled by female head of state, democratically elected for 25 of the last 30 years, which Representative Khan is well aware of. In my own family, all my sisters are professionals with doctorate degree. One is a practicing dentist running her own business in California. Another is a retired psychiatrist, was head of the psychiatry in Queens. They live in California and New York. I go there often. And I can tell you that the allegations in HR 34 are fabricated. I urge you to Google Muslims in New York and California, and you will see how distorted the allegations are. Or you can make a trip. Singling out a religious group undermines community safety and trust. It increases division, erodes confidence in government, and makes some granite staters feel less protected by their own state. That weakens New Hampshire. It does not protect it. Sharia, like Jewish halakha or Catholic canon law, refers to personal religious principles governing prayer, charity, and ethical conduct. I want to emphasize that Sharia does make it mandatory to respect the law of the land. Any private religious agreements are already subject to US law and constitutional limit. That safeguard is firmly in place and working okay in this country. By targeting one faith while ignoring others, HR 34 creates a dangerous double standard and invites unconstitutional government intrusion into religious life. Muslims in New Hampshire are law-abiding citizens, taxpayers, and contributors to the state. They deserve equal protection under the law, not suspicion from it. I urge you to reject HR 34. Thank you.
Thank you. Mohammed from Keene. Representative Jones is from Keene, I believe. Yes. Looking to see if there's any pressing questions, and I'm seeing no hands. Thank you again for coming here from Keene. Representative Seibert does have a hand up. Go ahead.
Would you also would you agree that the current resolution does not really specify, doesn't necessarily specify the fact that you know, the Sharia law, the interpretation of that is being, I'm guessing that is being talked about, is essentially Islam being hijacked by terrorists, so to speak? Or would you say that has happened in the past, just like it has with other religions?
So are you asking, is the HR 37 making the allegation, or is it are you asking my opinion?
Your opinion.
I would say that, yeah, in certain countries, certain extremist groups have tried to do things under the name of Sharia law, but that does not necessarily agree with the broader interpretation of Islamic faith. As a person practicing Muslim myself, I will say that those practices are more of an anomaly. My mother never missed a prayer. So I would call she was a completely Sharia abiding person. And I have never seen anything other than love and compassion. And what I learned from her. And we had Hindu neighbors and other neighbors in our backyard that would come and intermingle, and my mother did not treat them any differently. To me, that is Sharia.
Thank
for
you.
specifying that.
Thank you again for that, and thank you again for your travel here from Keene.
Thank you.
Also in opposition to the bill is Francisco Puccinarella, who lives on 425 Elm Street. I'm going to guess that's Manchester.
Hello, Francisco Pucciarello, Keene, New Hampshire.
Also from Keene, in opposition to the bill. So please take 2 or 3 minutes and tell us how you see this.
Sure, I did write something up, but given the nature of the other testimonies today, I'll amend it verbally. Again, Francisco from Keene. I am a New Hampshire-born resident. I've been here. I was born in New Hampshire, in Nashua, 1991. Moved away for about 15 years to live in New York City, and I'm in opposition to the bill today because in the 15 or so years that I've lived outside of the state of New Hampshire, I have lived in a predominantly Muslim neighborhoods in New York City. Which was a little bit of a hot topic in this resolution today. And given my testimony, given my experience in New York City, the Muslims who I lived amongst in New York, who were predominantly from West Africa, in Senegal, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, and other countries, the people who I lived amongst, my neighbors, were the most peaceful, the most communal people I've ever met. And again, I'm from New Hampshire, which is a very communal state. I've lived in Keene for a few years now. I used to live in Peterborough. My neighbors all knew me by name. I knew them by name. I knew their kids, and I'm still in touch with some of them. This is a state where community is highly valued, and when I was in New York, I still felt, as a white guy living in a predominantly black Muslim neighborhood, accepted and valued and included in the neighborhood in which I lived, despite my appearance and how I presented myself. And I would like to say that this bill, or this resolution, forgive me, in light of it being Black History Month, we all know a lot of the people here today are a little bit older than I am and have seen more racially divided times in our country than our present, arguably. I believe that in light of Black History Month, we can learn from our own history in laddering legislation. When we develop small bills, we can then add on other bills and other literature, legal literature, legislation onto previous legislation that will get us to places that condemn the humanity of our fellow citizens. So as we live in our state right now, we believe that Black people are equal citizens, equal to white folks. Right? That's a thing that we can all agree on now. That was not the case years and years ago. The reason that became a law was because of legal laddering. And so those things were all legal, and they had to start from somewhere. It wasn't dehumanizing a person right off the bat. It had to come with a process. And so I understand that we feel threatened and that we feel a bit scared from different culture in our community here because we don't know it. But in the land of the brave, it is our responsibility, and veterans who have gone to other countries to serve our country, not just had to go and face war and face very challenging times, but they had to face being very different and going into a place that was extremely uncomfortable. And I know that sometimes newness and new culture could make us feel that way, but it is our responsibility and to be brave in our country and to accept newness, because that's an American principle. It always has been and it always will be. This is an American experiment, and right now the people who create legislation like this and oppose newness and ideas from other countries are actually being anti-American.
Well, thank you for that. I've gone just a little
Yep.
bit over our time limit there. Questions? Go ahead, Representative Mandelbaum, and then Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an administrative question. You mentioned you have written testimony. Would you like to submit
Oh
that
yeah,
for the record?
I can bring it to you.
Great.
Thank
Just
you.
pass it around.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here for your testimony and for taking my question. You very much emphasized equality under law, and that's something I think we all understand, we all work towards. Based on your understanding of Sharia law, is everyone treated equal under that law?
I believe that there are other religious frameworks that establish how a person should behave and conduct themselves morally, because religion talks about our morality, correct? And I think that religion dictates how we behave morally in the world. It doesn't really dictate how we act legally. It's two separate things. I would say that the religious frameworks all tell us how to present ourselves, and in every religion there are distortions to that when we have people who take it too far or don't follow it very well. You have bad Christians who don't do the things that Christians should be doing, and you have Christians who are also doing or distorting that so powerfully that they become extremists. And I would say that that's true for any world religion. So in Sharia law, to answer your question pointedly, I think that if you follow those tenets in an orthodox manner, you will be conducting yourself as a good human being, just as if you followed the Bible or the Torah or any other scripture.
Thank you for that. I want to get to everybody, and the clock is ticking. Representative Bennett, but go ahead, please.
I was just wondering if you know a passage in the Quran that says that if you are in this religion or whatever, that you would follow the government that you live in. Do you know of a passage in the Quran?
I don't know how to read Arabic, but in past, and I can't quote you verbatim, but I have read, including that, I've read that, yes, I will say that I have read something that could speak to you having to abide by the, again, what's being said in the room today, the law of the land, in order to be a good Muslim under Sharia law.
Okay, I want to throw this out because you brought up West Africa, and we really have some time constraints, but I do want to throw this out because you brought it up, and I think it's relevant to the mindset of some of the folks who are have concerns that manifested themselves with this resolution. In terms of West Africa, some of you may be aware, in Nigeria, there is a terrible religious war going on, a civil war, religious war. Muslim forces from the north, generally, and more Christian forces from the south, which is horrific. And it is so bad, even the President of the United States, agree or disagree, has spoken of it, has even floated the notion of American involvement to try to stop this horrific civil war. It's a religious war. And there are reports of hundreds of Christians being kidnapped as we speak. I want to just get that into the mix because that, I think, is part of the thinking of some of the folk. It reflects the concerns that some people have. And I'll get, if you want to take a half a minute, I know it's hard to do, but we need to keep rolling. But
sure,
can you take a half a minute and speak to that? Since you brought up West Africa, what's happening there now?
Yeah, 100%. I would say, to answer that question, that although I have a couple of Nigerian friends who live in the United States now, I don't know too much about what happens in Nigeria or the other 200-something countries in the world. However, I do know that recently I was doing a speech in Maryland, Rising Sun, Maryland, if people are familiar with where Rising Sun is at. And as I was going to get some fast food, I was asking the person at the store, how the neighborhood was. And she was like, well, go check the mailbox to any of the residents. I said, okay, what would I find? Obviously, I didn't go in their mailboxes. But she said, you'll find one of these. And she pulled it out of her pocket. And she said, bang 'em and hang 'em. KKK recruitment. And that was 2025. And so that's a Christian organization that does the same things that this Muslim organization in Nigeria is committing right now that we're hearing about. So to answer your question, I would say if we minded our own business and let them do them and make us do better, maybe we will continue to be the America that we want to be and set an example for the rest of the world so that they can model themselves after religious appropriateness, religious goodness, and not be committing these atrocities in their own countries.
Thank you for that. Okay, go ahead, Representative Jones Representative from Keene.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Francisco, for being here. And because I'm naive, let me just ask you a question, because you said you lived in Islamic neighborhoods. Is there Sharia courts happening in those neighborhoods?
I've never heard of any Muslim out of hundreds and hundreds of Muslims that I've met mention Sharia law dictating or, you know, being something that they have to attend to or go to or something that limits them.
Okay, thank you. Good answer.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, in support of the bill is Annette Tuttle from Manchester. And Annette, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Annette Tuttle. I live here in Manchester and I've lived here my whole life. I'm here today to voice my support of this resolution and my deep opposition to Sharia law. I've been studying Islam and I've been studying Sharia law for over a year now, and I want to say a couple of things. First of all, I rebuke the idea that KKK represents anything having to do with Christianity. I rebuke that. That would not represent me. It would not represent anything I believe as a Christian woman. Sharia law violates the First Amendment of the Constitution, and I don't need to school you on the Constitution, but there are some things I feel like I want to say for the record. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. I am not anti-Muslim. I had a Muslim woman live in my house. I loved her. She loved me. I am more concerned about my own rights as a Christian woman, and I'm concerned about the rights of my Jewish brothers and sisters. There is no question that Islam is anti-Christian, it is anti-Semitic, and it is anti-Constitution. Islam has one goal, that we will all worship Allah. Study it out for yourself. What's happening in other countries, I'm just thinking of some of the other testimonies I've heard. Representative Moffat, you asked, what other country should we be looking at as maybe an example of what Islam has done? Well, let's look at Iran. What are those people fighting for today in the streets of Iran? I almost brought a picture of women in the 1970s in Iran compared to what's happening to women in Iran today. We need to be aware of where this is going, not where it is. The First Amendment guarantees the fundamental freedom of religion, prohibiting Congress from restricting religious freedom. I am more concerned about my own religious freedom being taken away as a Christian woman from a Christian nation. This bill should be easy for you. And as I'm hearing this testimony, hey, if Sharia law is not a problem, if all their testimony is right, hey, no big deal, well then ban it. What difference does it make then? If it has no consequence, then ban that there will ever be Sharia law here in our state. Sharia law is the religious and legal framework derived from the Quran and the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, acting as a guide for how Muslims should live, worship, and interact with others. You know what? Muslims should be able to live by whatever belief system they want to, but so should I. And so should every Jewish brother and sister that I have. I'm asking you today to pass this resolution that we would never, ever have to face Sharia law here. And if it doesn't matter, if what everybody's saying is right, then ban it. I appreciate your time today. I just want, for the record, I'm asking that this resolution ought to pass out of committee. Yeah.
Thank you, Annette. Seeing no hand, is there a hand or yeah. Representative Lloyd, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You said you've been studying Islam now for a while. Where are you studying Islam?
I'm a reader. I read. I read as much as I can, particularly as I've been watching what's been happening in Texas, as I'm watching what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan. I've been studying and reading.
Okay, what, sorry, follow up?
Go ahead, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. What are your sources for that?
Myriad of sources. I couldn't even begin to tell you what they all are. But I want to just tell you, I did not go into it because I am anti-Muslim. I went into it because I am pro-Constitution. I'm looking into it because I am a Christian woman with 5 granddaughters. I'm very, very concerned about the future of my granddaughters here in America. So I did not go into it with any kind of slant.
Yes, go ahead.
A very quick follow-up. Would you believe that I studied women in Islam in college?
If you're telling me so, yes, absolutely, I believe you.
Okay, there's 2 more hands. Before 3 more hands. Let me just say this. I have 3 more cards, and I also have to acknowledge that we did open and recess the hearing for HCR 16. The prime sponsor was not here at that time. So that measure, there were 2 individuals who put cards in to speak to HCR 16. That would be Deb, counsel who'd spoken earlier. Is Deb still here? Or Megan Schmidt? Okay, Megan, thank you for your patience. Bless you, if I can say that, in this secular world. Oh, thank you. So I want to finish, and we will finish the last 3 cards on this measure. And I know there's some questions percolating for Annette. So I just want to acknowledge that you're here, and we will, if the prime sponsor doesn't come up, I just want to make sure you know that you're not forgotten. Okay, so in order, as quickly and efficaciously as we can, they have their hands up because they have something important, starting with Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking my question. Annette, you indicated on your card that you had a written testimony. Would you like to submit that
Yes.
for the record? All right.
With
you
some
can just-
messy notes on it, but yes, I
That's
will.
fine. You can just bring it up. Thank you.
Representative Mandelbaum asks very easy questions. Go ahead, Representative Foss.
Thank you. So you said you're a big fan of the Constitution and the Establishment Clause, as you said, but you also referred to this as being a Christian nation. You don't find that contradictory?
I believe that our nation was founded on Christian principles. Judeo-Christian principles. Yes, I do.
Was there another hand? Representative Seibert?
Do you not find it contradictory when you stated that you believe that the Constitution says that we should not, what was it? I guess limit religious freedom or limit
Or dictate which religion we will have.
Yeah,
Not one religion.
So do you not find it contradictory to what you are trying to say up there? That I mean, this would essentially do that.
It's what this would do would ban Sharia law. Muslims are free to be in this country. I have no concern about that. But when I as a Christian have to start following their law, then I think it's breaking the Constitution. Nor do they have to do mine.
See, follow up. One last follow up.
One last follow up. No, but I have to say that right here it seems like that Sharia law is a fundamental core principle of Islam, but it has been taken and perverted by extremist groups. Just the same as Christians have happened, like we already heard with the KKK. Even though that doesn't represent you, it does happen. What do you have to say to
Well,
that?
I think that would be your interpretation of that. It was not mine.
Thank you for that. Seeing no other hands, Annette, thank you so much. Okay, we have 3 more cards that we are looking forward to hearing these folks. From Manchester also is Hamden Khan. Is Hamden here? He is here. He's in opposition to the bill. He's asked for 4 minutes. Hamden, we've been trying to limit that a little bit, so you don't need to repeat anything we've heard, in some cases several times. So welcome.
Thank you. So my name's Hamdan. I'm from Manchester, and I'm here to speak against HR 34 as a concerned citizen and student of UNH and part of the small minority in New Hampshire of Muslims. The United States is not a Christian country, it's not a Jewish country, and it doesn't have a religion of state. And I'd quickly like to address Representative Bennett, your question earlier. Something from the Quran that says, that we must follow the law of the land. In Surah Ma'idah, it says, "O you who believe, fulfill your contracts." So that hopefully just answer your question. Our founding fathers founded the United States because of religious persecution in Europe. The first pilgrims to come to the U.S. was due to persecution of religion. H.R. 34 names one religion and its religious tradition and declares it an existential threat. That's not neutrality. That's a government condemnation of a faith. Why doesn't it also state Jewish, Hindu, and Christian religions? What the resolution fails to point out is that Sharia law also states that a Muslim must abide by the law of the land that they live in, as I pointed out earlier. And there's no Sharia law anywhere in the world, as Sharia requires governance under one Muslim ruler, a Khalifa. And this system of Sharia, by this definition, the last Sharia that we had was over 100 years ago. So there is no Sharia law in the world as of today. In addition to this, no other religion is named. No other belief system is declared a threat. So this is cornering Muslims as a threat. That selective targeting is what turns this policy into prejudice, declaring all Muslims as terrorists or potential threats. It doesn't fix a gap in law. It creates a narrative that Muslims are a threat. Calling a religious tradition an existential threat does real damage. It tells Muslim residents that they are suspect. It legitimizes discrimination. It chills religious freedom. And it encourages unequal treatment by government institutions. And even if the resolution has no direct enforcement mechanism, government speech still has power. Words from the state shape how the agencies act, how communities treat each other, who feels protected and who feels targeted. New Hampshire and the United States were founded on religious liberty, government neutrality, and equal protection under the law. The government does not get to decide which religions are acceptable, which belief systems are dangerous, which communities deserve suspicion. We protect freedom by applying law equality, not by single out minorities. This resolution does not protect New Hampshire. It divides it. It does not strengthen the Constitution. It contradicts the core promise of religious neutrality. We can defend the rule of law without declaring an entire faith as a threat. And I urge you to reject H.R. 34 and choose principles over prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you for that well-delivered testimony. Seeing no hands, Representative Henderson, you were taking water, right? Okay. I don't want to miss that out. We have two more cards. In support of the bill is Charlene Van Dorn. Is Charlene here? Looks like, are you Charlene? Yes. Welcome. Thank you for hanging in. So please take up to a couple minutes and let us know why you support this measure.
Okay, rather than repeating what I said, all the people that have testified so far for this bill, all of the above, I go along with what they said. The main thing I see here, what's going on, is there is a big difference between religion, and the Muslims and the Islamics have a right to have freedom of religion. This is not what this bill is about. This bill is not about coming against, saying they can't worship their God or whatever. It's against Sharia law and political Islam taking over our Constitution eventually. Because that's what their goal is. Their goal is to take over all the places that countries they go to, and you've seen this in other countries, and change the laws to their laws. That's what we're against. So by putting this bill forward, is we're saying that we will not allow any other law except our Constitution, United States constitutional law, to be the law of our state. And that we will not allow Sharia law or their political Islamic point of views control us. We do not want their control ever. So we want to take put those protections up now. You know, like that lady was saying earlier, we can't just look at how things are right now in the United States. We got to look at their goals, their plans, and how they're already infiltrating our country. You know, like they were saying, you see it in Texas and Minnesota and
Thank you so much for that. There's a hand up. Would you take a question?
sure.
Representative Foss.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify, when you say they, who do you mean by they? Sorry, let me make that more clear. You said their goal is to take over their infiltrating.
The radical Islams, not the regular Muslims. The radical Islamic people. You know, you look at what they're doing, like in other countries. Look at Europe and the UK. They slowly infiltrated into the country, and then now they're basically taking over. We don't want that in our land. We want our Constitution that we have in the United States, and we don't want anything else to take over eventually. And this is what this is about. It's to help those laws not taken over.
Thank you.
Because we got to be careful here of where the world, the whole world is headed.
Thank you. Again, I think we certainly get your point that others have expressed earlier today. Representative Seibert, do you have a hand up?
So I would just, as kind of a follow-up to that, I would like to specify you do not want any Muslims here in New Hampshire.
That's not what I'm saying. I have nothing against the Muslims. It's the radicals that and trying to push their laws onto all the other people. You know, they're okay to. I don't have any problems with the Muslims being here. I don't have any problems with them going to their mosque and doing their prayers and everything else. What I don't want is for them to take over and tell us that we have to abide by their rules.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, we need to press on, and thank you again for coming in and also taking some questions. We have one more card. Before we go to our final card, a couple of housekeeping, if you will. What I want to do, Representative Belcher, I'm going to look to you because as a co-sponsor of this measure, I know we try to hold back a little bit on questions. That's why I'm looking at you. I'd like you to introduce, when we finish this momentarily, introduce HCR 16 for the record, and then you don't need to speak to it necessarily, but introduce it, say whatever you'd like. And I do want to, after you do that, I do want to call Megan to testify because she has sat here, and I want to hear what she has to say. So you tracking me? Okay. So there's that. The prime sponsor for this measure is still here. I'd like to see the prime sponsor for like a minute, just before lunch, if you can hang in the area for just a minute before lunch. And then at lunchtime, I'd like the red team, I'd like to have a very quick caucus right here while we're all right here, just for a couple minutes. And then, Madam Ranking Member, I'd like to chat with you a little bit, maybe 10 minutes to 1, something like that. Or right at, we'll figure that out.
Yeah, and for my caucus, we're going to do a lunch caucus in the cafeteria. That's okay. We'll find a table.
Okay, so the lunch caucus in the CAF for the blue team, a quick red caucus here for the red team. And that brings us to Kennard Solane. Is Kennard here? Yes. It's just by random that you ended up going last. We shuffled the deck to be fair. And Kennard is here from Londonderry.
Yes.
In opposition to the bill. So welcome. Glad you're here.
Thank you. My name is Kennard Solden, and I'm an immigrant to this country. I moved to this country in 1960. So I went to kindergarten all the way up through college here. I'm opposed to this bill. And the main reason is that it has to do with the definition of Sharia. Sharia is a fundamental religious concept in Islam. It represents God's code. And I should point out that the God that Islam speaks of is the same God that the Hebrew nation and Christians speak of. It's just call them by different names. You might call it Allah, Jehovah, or Yahweh. This Sharia encompasses ethical standards in a code of behavior. The interpretation of Sharia produces a variety of different positions, which are subject to interpretation and require extensive study by jurists in a legal system, just like our court system here. H.R. 34 goes against principles guaranteed by the First Amendment, and Sharia law also applies to America. We use Sharia law in our Constitution. In our Constitution, we have elements of Sharia law, and I can quote a couple. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with their creator, being God, with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And when we pledge allegiance, as I did when I was a kid in kindergarten, we said, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's for all. That's an example of Sharia. The writers of H.R. 34 don't appear to have an understanding of Islamic faith and the concept of Sharia. I therefore suggest that this resolution be rendered inexpedient to legislate. I would additionally suggest that the writers may want to perhaps use this as a learning environment to dive into this issue further. I would suggest that maybe they contact the University of New Hampshire. They have a group there, or perhaps a group that could put together an interfaith council, or somewhere along our society, we should be able to talk to one another in a peaceful manner and get a better understanding of these comparative religions. And furthermore, I would like to conclude by saying, if we take the test of this legislation and substitute everywhere we see Islam and Sharia, let's say for Presbyterian or Mormon or followers of the Grateful Dead, of which I am, or sun worshipers, would the same legislation hold up? As a rhetorical question. So I thank you for the time to express my views. I myself grew up in the Christian church. My family was Methodist, and I taught Sunday school a little bit. I can't say that I'm an expert on the Bible or anything like that. We more tried to relate to the teenagers that were my students how the Bible applies to current events. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for hanging in and very well presented. Seeing no hands, I will let you go. Thank you again for your travel over here, and we will end the hearing on HR 34. And I'm going to open the hearing on HCR 16. Representative Belcher is going to introduce that measure. The prime sponsor, I thought we saw him earlier, Representative Gilmore, is not here, but we opened it, I recessed it, I'm opening it again. And so Representative Belcher, welcome. You were here anyway. So if you could please introduce HCR 16 for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I am here and I will introduce, though not mine, HR 16 by name. This concurrent resolution makes an application to Congress to propose a congressional term limits constitutional amendment. Thank you.
Very efficiently done, Representative. Okay, I'd like to call Megan Schmidt, who is in opposition to HCR 16. And Megan is here from Concord. And Megan, welcome. Thank you for hanging in there. I'm in admiration, and I'm very interested to hear your thoughts on HCR 16. It's at HCR 16. It's a House concurrent resolution. It's similar to HCR 13, which we heard earlier. So this, if it moves forward, would go to the Senate. So it's an HCR, House concurrent resolution. Megan or Ms. Schmidt, welcome.
Thank you. I am here today because I know not everyone can always go to the online testimony, but if you do go there, I am there as well, so just don't count me twice. But I wanted to speak today. I know both HCR 13 and 16 are very similar, so I just kind of chose 16 to speak on. So the Founding Fathers debated term limits. They were actually in Article 5 of the Articles of Confederation, and when they debated it, they removed it. They were concerned that this would weaken government, and they decided against them, favoring frequent elections instead. Alexander Hamilton warned that constant turnover weakened our government and made us more dependent on bureaucrats and advisors. Term limits can take the power out of the people's hands, putting off responsibility and the duty of citizens, but also muzzling us and our opinions. Legislators who follow and uphold the Constitution will not be able to continue work on policy, will also not be able to help and educate their fellow legislators. Alternatively, when bad actors are in their final term, they can set up their successors, which involves money, influence, etc., as was mentioned earlier. I don't really see this as better as what we have now. It seems pretty similar because anybody that's leaving can set up their successor as they can now. We do have an example today of term limits with the president, as was also mentioned. Behind the president, we have the executive office of the president. This includes many appointed, not elected administrators. They do not have the same turnover rate as whatever people would become elected. When we enact term limits, we put the power into the hands of the administrators long term, as the elected officials do come and go. Again, this lessens accountability and the authority of the people in the ballot box. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you take questions if there are any?
I will try. I scribbled this while I was sitting here listening, so.
I am seeing not even Representative Foster doesn't even have a question. So
Yeah, enjoy it while it lasts.
so thank you, Megan. You know you were here for the all the extended testimony on HCR 13. And if a quick question for you while you're here, is there anything in particular? Was there an incident or something that happened that pulled you into caring about this particular issue or the notion of term limits?
Yeah. So I am fairly new to New Hampshire. I moved here 6-ish years ago, and I've become very involved. And I hear a lot that people are really upset with our legislators, with our congressmen. It's not just a New Hampshire problem. And so I've seen kind of as we've gone this increased call for term limits, and I just personally see it more as we are upset with the results, and so we're trying to find a workaround for the problem instead of addressing the problem head on. So that's my take on it.
Thank you for that. Seeing no other hands, I will at this time end the hearing on HCR 16. We will recess until 1 o'clock. As I said earlier, Red Team, if you could hang here for five or 10 minutes. Whoever's running the cameras and microphones, you can turn those off, hopefully, for until we reconvene at 1 o'clock. Blue Team is going to caucus with the ranking member, who I'd like to speak with just for a minute, and also the prime sponsor just outside for just a minute. And I will be right back in here, Red Team. So thank you all. 1 minute warning, 1 minute. Okay, thank you all. We're a little bit after 1 o'clock, but we're close. So I'm going to open the executive session on all the measures that were posted in the calendar for this committee to take up today. So of those measures, we've been talking, and Sharia, the measure on Sharia that we heard earlier today, that was HR 34. We are not going to try to exact that today. We heard a lot of testimony, and there's some facts, numbers, statements that we want to verify. So we're not going to rush on that. We don't have to. We will come back to HR 34 Sharia. So that makes it a little bit easier for you, Madam Clerk. And more good news on Gaza. The ranking member would like some more time on that, and we have time. We have plenty of time, so we will come back on HR 37. We won't try to push that through today.
Question, Mr. Chair. On these, are we going to take them up a week from now, or are we going to?
Okay, question is, when will we take these up that we are not executing today? And that is TBD, to be determined. We will certainly let you know. Also, on HCR 14, that's the Charlie Kirk resolution, concurrent resolution. We have a request for a little bit more time on changing a little bit of wording on that, and that's okay. So that's the third one that we will come back to. So that, Madam Clerk, those are three that we will come back to. And again, as to when, TBD, to be determined. Okay, before we get into, we'll start with HB 1287, veteran definition, Representative Mannion. I'll get to you in just a moment. I wanted to acknowledge our guests or our subs. Representative Long, welcome. I didn't recognize you at first. I was thinking, who is that? And now, welcome. Glad you're here. Representative Osborne is here. Welcome. Representative Osborne is a sub. Representative Guyson has been in here a little bit in the past. Welcome. And Representative Kofalt sat through some very interesting hearings this morning and shows great stamina. We opened the hearing today by acknowledging the birthday of a great American, Representative Foss. And who was that that we learned today?
Ronald Reagan.
Yes, it's Ronald Reagan's birthday, but it's not only Ronald Reagan's birthday. Representative Guyson, it's your birthday as well? Did you know your birthday was the same as Ronald Reagan's? You knew that already? Well, happy birthday, and maybe we'll see you if we finish before too late. Maybe we'll see you after the session. Okay, let's get right to it. HB 1287, Representative Mannion, I'm looking for a motion from you.
Yep, so I have an amendment here. I'd like to move, I'd like to move OTP.
The amendment number?
Is 0198H. Second.
Can you repeat the amendment number, please?
Yep, it's 0198H.
And we have seen that already. You've shared that earlier. So would you, is there a second? Representative Belcher, thank you. Representative Mannion, would you care to speak to your motion to amend?
Yep, so the original bill had some issues. Specifically, it overly broadened the definition of veteran. So instead, I've put the general discharge under honorable conditions specifically under what the bill was attempting to do and got rid of the part where it accidentally removed how to verify as a veteran.
Representative Belcher, anything to add? Any questions? This is not a hearing, it's exec session. I'm going to get into exec session mode. So sound off as you need to for on anything. Just let me know if you want to say anything. Anything for Representative Mannion on the amendment? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, when you are ready, The motion is to amend 1287, HB 1287 with Amendment 0198 Hotel is I subbed on labor, and the chair there uses the phonetic alphabet U1 0198H. And whenever you're ready.
On the amendment 0198H, how do you vote, Vice Chairman Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Osborne?
Yes.
Representative Guyson?
Yes.
Representative Gagney?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Belcher? Representative Bennett? Representative Hemingway?
Yes.
Representative Kofalt?
Yes.
Representative Siebert?
Yes.
Representative Long?
Yes.
Representative Lloyd?
Yes.
Representative Jones?
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budasaki?
Yes.
Representative Foss?
Yes.
Representative Manahar, so he is not here. All right, and Chairman Moffett?
Yes.
All right, so with on a vote of 17-0, the amendment passes.
Subsequent motion, Representative Mannion.
A move ought to pass as amended.
Second from Representative Gagny. Thank you, Representative Gagny. Anything to add?
Nothing further.
Okay, just to be safe, we will do roll calls on both amendments and subsequent motions, even if they're the same, just to be sure. So whenever you're ready, Representative Mandelbaum, the motion now is OTPA on HB 1287 relating to the definition of a veteran.
All right, on the motion OTPA, how do you vote, Vice Chairman Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Osborne? Representative Guyson? Representative Gagney?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Bennett?
Yes.
Representative Hemingway?
Yes.
Representative Kofalt?
Yes.
Representative Seibert?
Yes.
Representative Long?
Yes.
Representative Lloyd?
Yes.
Representative Jones?
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budasaki?
Yes.
Representative Foss?
Yes.
All right, so that's also, so, oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I always forget you, Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
Great, so the motion passes 17-0.
Mr. Chair?
Uh,
Or do you want it on the floor?
I don't want it on the floor unless there's
Consent-
some.
I'd ask for consent.
Yes. So with no objection, without on consent. Thank you, Representative Jones. And committee report, Representative Mannion, before the Super Bowl, and I mean it this time. Okay, check that one off. Thank you all. Moving right to the next one that we will take up, HCR 16. Representative Hemingway, you have a motion for this one. We was scheduled twice, including today. You have a motion for that? Motion is for interim study on HCR 16. That's also with regard relative to a constitutional convention. Is there a second? Thank you, Representative Belcher, with a second. Did you get the, that's Hemingway and Belcher. Representative Hemingway, why interim study?
I think we need to give a little more time to review this.
Thank you for that. Anything else, Representative Belcher?
Mr. Chair, I would just only add that there is another bill that is largely duplicative of this bill. So we want this bill to kind of take a walk for now, but we don't want to accidentally send the signal to the rest of the House that we're necessarily against the other bill on principle. So we want the other one to be heard on principle. Thank you.
Yeah, some optics there. The prime sponsor, Representative Gilmore, did not make it the first time that we had the hearing. so we rescheduled it for today, and I thought I saw him, but he was not here for the hearing today either. But he did share that because later today we will take up a HCR 13, which has to do with the Constitutional Convention. He indicated he was in favor of HCR 13, and he saw HCR 16 as being somewhat duplicative. So, anything else on
Should we table it?
interim? Now the motion is interim study.
Okay, all right. Oh, you're right, that's easier, okay.
Anything else? If not, when you're ready, Madam Clerk, motion is interim study on HCR 16 on the Constitutional Convention.
The motion of interim study, how do you vote? Vice Chairman Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Osborne? Representative Guyson? Representative Gagné?
Yes.
Representative Mannion? Representative Belcher? Representative Bennett?
Yes.
Representative Hemingway? Representative Cofalt?
Yes.
Representative Seibert?
Yes.
Representative Long?
Yes.
Representative Lloyd?
Yes.
Representative Jones? Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budithaki?
Yes.
Representative Foss?
Yes.
Chairman Moffett?
Yes.
All right, so 17-0, the motion passes.
Representative Jones, what do you think about interim study? Not interim study, consent calendar, I meant to say. Yep. So.
Excuse me, I didn't do it on the mic. I recommend consent calendar.
Yes, I always depend on you to remind us of that. With no objection, that'll be on consent, and
No majority minority.
we will need a report or something I'll get with Representative Hemingway. We'll 17-0, and we do need to record or explain our vote, and we'll work on that. Okay. Next up, are you still with us, Madam Clerk?
I am.
Okay.
Not for now.
There was a HR, it was basically a Second Amendment HR. Representative McFarland was the prime sponsor. We had a hearing on it, and we're going to exec it right now. HR 20. HR 20. And you'll recall that was Representative McFarland. I think he was the only one who spoke for it that day. We had a good hearing on it. Now we're looking for a motion. And Representative Belcher, I'm looking to you for a motion
Thank you,
on.
Mr. Chair. I would move on to pass.
Motion is OTP, ought to pass on HR 20. Representative Hemingway.
I'll second that.
Representative Hemingway seconds that. Representative Belcher, could you speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Despite the slightly longer length, it's actually a relatively simple House resolution. It simply identifies the right to keep and bear arms as essential and inalienable for all persons. All persons. However, I did have a concern, which was cleared up when I asked the sponsor, well, does that include criminals, people actively committing crimes? And no, it does not. That's historical precedent, so that allayed all of my concerns. The right to keep and bear arms should not be infringed. It is a natural right of all persons, not a right that comes from government. It precedes government. Yes, I voted OTP.
Representative Hemingway, anything to add?
Nothing further yet.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else on this one? Any hands? Okay, I see no hands, so we're ready for a vote then. The motion is ought to pass on HR 20, made by Representative Belcher, seconded by Representative Hemingway. Whenever you're ready, Representative Mandelbaum.
All right, on the motion OTP, Vice Chairman Rollins,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Guyson, Representative Gagné,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Belcher, Representative Bennett,
Yes.
Representative Hemingway,
Yes.
Representative Cofalt,
Yes.
Representative Seibert,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
Representative Lloyd, Representative Jones,
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budithaki,
Yes.
Representative Foss,
No.
Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
All right, and the motion passes 16-1.
Will it be a minority report? Okay. Consent, Yeah, I asked if it was a desire for minority report. So the vote is 16-1 without objection. That will be on the consent calendar. That is HR 20.
Can I ask a procedural question?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, just because like the other week we had that other one that was a resolution where I had voted in it was Henry's resolution, and y'all said we couldn't put it on if it wasn't unanimous. We couldn't put it on consent or something.
Well, it depends if there's a minority report. We can put up something on consent with 1, 2, or possibly even 3 if everybody agrees.
Oh, if I wanted to do the minority report, that's what it was based on.
Yes.
Okay.
And we are,
I'm sorry. So it was my fault.
okay, so we're clear on that.
Yeah, sorry.
So next up would be another HR 21, House Resolution 21. Representative Mannion's motion, we had a hearing on it. Gentleman from SVAC, not representing SVAC, but Kevin Grady spoke to it. I was very interested in it. And I had a couple mild concerns. He kind of reassured me. So anyway, I guess before I start talking about it, I need to look for a motion. So HR 21, repealing the authorization of the use of military force, more specifically, or specifically to 2001. Okay, so anyway, Representative Mannion, I'm looking for a motion.
I move ought to pass, and I do have an amendment.
Okay, moving on to pass with an amendment coming. Okay, I need a second. Representative Rollins, maybe?
I'll second that.
So the motion is to pass this with an amendment. And the amendment you've shared.
Yes. So the amendment that I move is 0088H. It simply just removes any reference to the 2002 AUMF because that was repealed last December with the National Defense Authorization Act. So it's already done. So I ripped it out.
Could you repeat the amendment number?
Yes, it's 0088H.
Roger. And you have that, Madam Clerk, okay? And Mr. Vice Chair, you have the right number for the amendment. He's given that to us earlier.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so we have the motion on the amendment, which Representative Mannion just explained with regard to HR 21. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, you are working frantically. Believe me, we appreciate it.
Oh, I'm ready.
Especially those who have to sit in if you're not here. They're very, very grateful. So when you're ready, that is the motion on the amendment.
All right, on the motion to adopt the amendment, Vice Chairman Rollins,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Guyson,
Yes.
Representative Gagne,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Bennett,
Yes.
Representative Hemingway,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Seibert,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
Representative Lloyd,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
Yes.
Representative Vanzelbaum votes yes. Representative Budathaki. Yes. Representative Foss.
Yes.
All right. Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
Almost missed you. All right. So the amendment is adopted 17-0.
Without objection, we will ask that be on the consent calendar. And Representative Mannion, you are the obvious person to do a report.
Well, we just
Mr.
adopted the
Chair.
amendment.
Yeah, yes, okay. I hear you on both sides. So the amendment is passed, and now we do need to vote could I have an OTPA motion maybe?
Yes, I'd like to move OTPA on
In a second? Again, Representative Gagne seconds that. Anything to add?
So as I covered before, the 2001 AUMF has been used as an excuse to engage in military operations far beyond the scope of the original authorization for use of military force. I think that it's important that we should repeal it now, especially since Bin Laden's been dead and his second in command is dead, and so on and so forth.
Representative Gagne? Anything to add? Anyone else? Representative Mandelbaum.
I have an administrative question. For the motion to adopt the amendment, was that Mannion and Gagny as well?
I believe that was Mannion and Gagny on both.
Or Rollins?
Oh, actually, it was Representative Rollins on the motion, on the amending motion, on the amendment.
So
And then-
Mannion, Rollins, then Mannion, Gagny.
Correct.
Thank you.
In a quick comment, we do a lot of resolutions here. They're all different. They all have different intents, but what they all do is they raise awareness. They get us talking about things, thinking about things, and learning things. And as a former educator, I see great value to that. Not everybody loves all the resolutions, but they all have some value, at least in terms of raising awareness. In this case, about the authorization of use of military force certainly affected me. I was quickly back in uniform right after that happened, and you ended up joining up. Okay, if there's nothing else on that, we are ready to vote on OTPA for HR 21.
All right, on the motion OTPA, Vice Chairman Rollins,
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Guyson, Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Bennett. Representative Hemingway.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt. Representative Seibert.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Jones. Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budithaki.
Yes.
Representative Foss.
Yes.
And Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
All right, so on a vote of 16-0, the
As you were.
61, I'm so sorry.
Okay, you anticipated my question. Okay, so any objection to consent? All right, so that passes 16-1. There'll be one report, no minority report from Representative Mannion before the Super Bowl. And that brings us to our next measure. Okay, HR 23, we had some good testimony on that. That has to do with digital literacy. And I know there was some mixed feelings. This probably will not be on consent. So I'm looking, Representative Mannion, to you. And actually, Representative Belcher, how about you?
Mr. Chair, I would move ITL.
Motion is ITL. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Gagny, thank you for your second on that. HR 23 with regard to digital literacy. Representative Belcher, please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while it sounds on its surface to be a nice and harmless bill, I actually think there's some problems in the details of how this is actually works when it gets out into the real world. So the way that this digital literacy bill uses the word literacy dates to the use of the word literacy by Brazilian Paulo Freire, who almost probably 70, 80 years ago redefined the term literacy in common usage in this view to actually mean political engagement. So you're only literate in something if you're able to read the circumstances politically and engage with it. This use of the term is not hidden within the resolution, which explicitly calls for the political activation of the elders of our community. Further, the term digital literacy, much as the term media literacy, and I see these things a lot over my other committee in education, it actually smuggles with it in education on what sources of information are legitimate. So it aims to teach people, ignore this source and only these sources are good and correct. I think that's overreach when it comes to what the government ought to be doing or presenting to people. And finally, it undertakes all of this while, unfortunately, I think, ignoring the larger problem that our elder citizens are the most vulnerable demographic of our society when it comes to digital fraud and manipulation. And this bill explicitly calls for putting more and more and more devices in the hands of these older citizens in order to engage them, which ultimately significantly increases that attack surface and their vulnerability to fraud. Now, I have no problem with older citizens if they want to go out and do this thing. I just have a problem with us saying that we should be giving them these things and trying to activate them and ignoring that there could be externalities and problems along with that. So for those reasons, I would vote ITL. Thank you.
Thank you for your diligence on that. When I first heard the testimony at the hearings, it sounded fairly benign and good, and I think it is. But you did flag some concerns. That's why we do what we do, is to drill down and look at some of the consequences, intended and otherwise. Representative Seibert, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I understand your concern. At the same time, you know, a lot of old people, tons of ones that I know, are already given these phones. They're already, you know, they have to have a phone that's often, you know, a family member helps them pay for it or whatever. Say they're living at assisted living home, and I've had friends that have called me and like, I can't use this touchscreen phone and that type of thing. And I wished I had somewhere to send them to help out. They are also, if you look at our Attorney General, the largest population to be taken advantage of. And this kid has no political, I mean, he saw a problem and went to go and solve this. And so I don't think we can turn everything into being some political, you know, hijink or some conspiracy. You know, it's known that this is obviously using the internet is the one way that a lot of people can pay for a bill in many cases. And so I feel like that is just literally maybe 1% of a possible problem that you're looking at versus the overall issue withstanding. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Seibert. You did mention, you used the term old people, and that's an expression that.
I feel old a lot of the time too.
Yes, we usually call them seniors now, as opposed to old people. Representative Bennett, go ahead.
I did ask a lot of questions because I do have a family member that I was thinking, oh, that would be helpful. But on the other hand, I know my family member has issues if just somebody calls. I tell that person, do not tell them your phone, your name, your, you know, private information and all this stuff. And I was thinking, while the service sounds good, I think that there need to be more parameters around. I think the family should, you know, be able to only monitor or somebody designated that person, because I think it's just way too easy for, you know, we say fraud, but it could be just a temptation put into a young person's mind at the time. You know, if they're paying a bill and they have access to the person's checks or things like that. I mean, you actually are putting that young person into a very difficult situation that the young person could get, you know, do something they shouldn't do just because the temptation is there. So I think that while the idea is good, I think that it shouldn't be full steam ahead. It should be monitored more closely because, like I said, I've heard so many examples of older people giving thousands and thousands of dollars and they find out that it wasn't what they thought it was. And so I appreciate the ITL.
Thank you, Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm from Nashua, and the high schooler who brought this forward was from Nashua, so I kind of know how this came about, and it was legitimately a high school student who has been doing this kind of work in the community already to help senior citizens navigate the healthcare system and understand those traps and pitfalls and those types of things. And I would just like to point out that this is a resolution. It doesn't set up like a program already, but it just reaffirms the fact that we are wanting to recognize the importance of digital literacy, especially when all of our healthcare data, all of our doctor's appointments have logins now. As I said during the hearing, I had to get help to log in to a system just to go to my doctor's appointment that very morning. So it's really, really important, I think, and I don't think it should be. I do not think that this should be misconstrued as a partisan effort by any means. I think the civic engagement, which is what is listed in here, is just understanding the fact that a lot of the media that we consume now is online. A lot of records that we need to see are online, and I think that that's what it was trying to speak to. I wish that the prime sponsor was here and could testify to that themselves, but I know how this bill came to pass or came to be, this resolution, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Representative Lloyd. And the young man from Nashua, I thought it was very, very impressive, very organized, and the hearing I thought was very good. I was going to ask him if he was getting an excused absence to be here, but I did not. Representative Mandelbaum, go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that as a co-sponsor of the bill, its intent was exactly what Representative Lloyd said. It's really just to affirm that, yes, our older family members and friends are often the targets of scams. It's important that they know how to avoid them. And it's not, this isn't a political statement. It's really just saying this is an important thing and maybe we should do something about it, but we're not specifying what that thing is, just that it's important that we expand digital literacy.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Foss.
Yes, thank you. I had to go through the bill to see if it does mention anything about politics more than just civic engagement. I didn't see anything. If I missed something, please correct me. But I think that interpreting civic engagement and digital literacy to mean politicization is a bit of a stretch. But besides that, I would like everyone to be politically engaged, and just looking at the makeup of our committee, we would be much smaller if we did not have politically engaged seniors here. The body in general would be much smaller if it were not for politically engaged seniors. So I'm all for that.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gagné, a senior citizen, I believe.
Just an old man. I have no problem with that. I was young once, and I'm old now. My problem is third-party interference with helping the elderly. You were mentioning that everything comes online, and I've been through situations where my medical information stuff I have to access online. I have to have a password to get in, which I keep forgetting. I have a wife who's better at that than I am. I have a daughter who's pretty well engaged, and if that does in accessing this stuff, I don't like the idea of a third party getting involved. I want to keep it in the family.
Thank you, Representative. Anything else? Seeing no, go ahead, Representative Jones.
Thank you. I just want to point out on the resolution, line 22, whereas the bipartisan federal legislation of 2021 recognized the importance of digital equity and included older Americans as a covered population, and it was a sense of Congress that further action is needed to fulfill the promise of digital equity for seniors. I think that says we need something like Tech Pals. I think they feel, and in their presentation, I think they did have guardrails and parameters that do protect the seniors. And you got to remember, this is just a resolution. I think it's an attaboy for Tech Pals and the young people who are doing this work. So I'll be voting against the ITL.
Thank you for that. Representative Bennett.
As a person who's dealing with this at this time, I just think that the modern technology kind of totally discriminated against older people. And I think we should have more of the idea, if a person doesn't want to go onto a portal, then they can just do it the way they've always done it, honestly. And they shouldn't have to be forced into being on a portal, or you shouldn't have to be forced to follow the modern new things, because those are hard. Some people can follow them, but I think that the modern digital age is good for people coming into it, but we just assumed that it would be easy to press buttons, but it's actually not easy for older people. And I think that it's kind of sad because they've lived their whole life and now they feel like they live in a strange land because they can't even use their phone. So I think that even if a Tech Pal has the greatest heart in the world and they want to do the best for that person, they might not even be able to teach an older person how to do it. And so I think it would be better if we came up with ideas for older people that are easier than, or just go back to the old way for some people. But that's just my opinion.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Seibert.
I Just like to add in closing that not my friend who was older who had the issue with the touch screen, I had to tell her to go to a flip phone. She, other than me, she doesn't have family that she talks to or speaks with and stuff. So I think that's important to acknowledge going into this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Seeing no more hands, Madam Clerk, I guess we're ready to take a vote on the motion of ITL on HR 23.
All right, on the motion of ITL, Vice Chairman Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Diason.
Yes.
Representative Gagne.
Yes.
Representative Mannion. Representative Belcher. Representative Bennett.
Yes.
Representative Hemingway. Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Seibert.
No.
Representative Long.
No.
Representative Lloyd.
No.
Representative Jones. No. Representative Mandelbaum votes no. Representative Budithaki. No. Representative Foss.
No.
Okay. Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
All right. So the ITL passes 10-7.
So the ITL motion does pass on HR 23. 10-7 is the vote. Representative Belcher, could we count on you for a majority report? And will there be a minority report?
Yes, there will be.
And that'll be from whom?
I'll start with it at first. If it changes, I'll let you know. Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that too.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
Do you want me to just do
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. That'll work. Thank you.
So who's got a name?
Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Representative Mandelbaum. Okay, so Belcher and Mandelbaum doing the reports by Super Bowl kickoff. And then I'll work on them on Sunday and Monday. Okay, moving right along. Okay, we're looking at HR 26. That's the resolution with regard to the Congo. And Representative Seibert, I know there's a desire for some new language that
Yeah. Can I speak to it?
I don't know if I've seen it or I've missed it.
So we had handed this out the other day. It was,
That's right.
When and I'm sorry, it was when the hearing happened because I thought we were going to do it then. But it is 2026 0417H. And let me read from it real quick and I'll pass it over to you. Is that okay? Or do you have a copy of it? Oh, okay. I'm hoping people got a copy. But either way, all this really did with we updated some information on it because originally when we had submitted the LSR for this, what had taken place since that had been submitted on December 4th, 2025, the United States of America and the Democratic Republic of the Congo signed a strategic partnership agreement that is intended to foster peace and stability across the DRC, to accelerate and transform economic development for the increased prosperity of the Congolese people, and to strengthen the national security and stability of the DRC for the benefit of its people. And then what proceeded to happen was that despite the strategic partnership agreement and the Washington Accords, violence has continued to escalate in the eastern DRC, with Rwanda-backed armed militias continuing to carry out paramilitary operations in violation of the Washington Accords, thereby undermining prospects for peace, stability, and prosperity. So we wanted to update with all of that current information and make a further call for the United States to hold accountable, which it had claimed to in the original accords and everything that was done as of December 4th. And so, hold accountable the partners that were a part of this whole agreement, which actually I didn't put it in there, but it does include Rwanda as well. So, yeah, we just wanted to update up to date that information, but the call is still the same for the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo to continue to actually be able to benefit off of, there's a lot of mining and rare earth minerals that take place within the DRC, and yet the people keep getting, poorer and poorer and keep being, kind of the pawns of these governments that are very corrupt, should I say. And on a personal note, I didn't get to testify at the time of this because I was late, but my grandparents were actually missionaries in the Congo. They were there and my mother was born there, actually. And it was when it was the Belgian Congo. She was actually there when, and my grandparents were the first Presbyterian missionaries to go overseas from South Carolina. And so they were there when actually Belgians pulled out of the Congo. And so, I have a continuing connection to that region as well, through a different means, of course. But yeah, that they lack basic needs, and with how much money is made from minerals within that country and all that type of thing, and it specifically mentions this in the accords that were signed by us in America. So
Thank you for that background.
thank you.
We don't have a motion, and well, before we get there, I want to say that I've had a couple of questions come to me on this, and my initial reaction is it usually is with these types of resolutions is to certainly defer to the people who have experienced, like yourself. You have some personal history there. There's a couple of pieces of this that I want to look into, and there's a request to have some time to look into a couple aspects so that we do this in the best way. And I'm very sympathetic to it. And so for that reason, I'd rather make sure that we take this up later, like we're going to do with H.R. 34 Sharia, H.R. 37. Plus, there is an amendment to this that I want everybody.
That was the amendment I was explaining.
Right.
No, that's not updated.
And I want to come back to that and do it in the best way. And so that'll, if we come back, seeing that we're coming back anyway for these other ones, we'll come back to this one. And then if there's any pieces that we need to, there's a couple pieces I want to get a handle on before we exec it. So if there's no strong objection, we'll just come back to this and do it the next time.
That sounds good. And I have the sponsor's information too, if you want to connect with her with any questions or anything like that.
Yeah. You and I, we can all talk about this. Obviously sympathetic to the intent, and we want to make sure we do it right. And if there are some pieces of it, sometimes we've seen this in the past with some resolutions that we don't do the diligence on that we possibly could, and then sometimes weeks later there's a demonstration outside the State House that we didn't anticipate. So we'll come back to that one. Thank you for that background. Okay. We have two more measures to take up. So those are HCR 13, the Constitutional Convention for Term Limits, and then the only other one is HR 32, which has to do with tariffs. So let's go right to the HCR. I heard a voice.
I just meant to bring up that we also haven't done HCR 12.
Oh, there it is. Yep. I kept looking. I thought we had three, and I missed that one. Yeah, HCR 12. That has to do with Medicare. Thank you. I was looking for that, and you found it for me. So let's go right to the House concurrent resolution that had to do with supporting basically Medicare for all. Let's get that introduced. Representative Belcher, thank you. You have a motion on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would move ITL on HCR 12.
Motion is ITL. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard several seconds. Representative Gagny, you have seniority, and you get to be listed as the seconder on HCR 12 with regard to Medicare for all. Representative Belcher, would you please speak to your motion of ITL?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you mentioned, this resolution would call on our congressional persons to enact Medicare for all, a single-payer, universal socialized healthcare system in the United States of America. In testimony, it was noted serially that America is the only civilized country that does not guarantee healthcare for all. However, nobody can identify a single country that actually provides quality healthcare for all. You will find such a provision in the Constitution of South Africa. Historically, you could find that exact provision in the Constitution of the Soviet Union, healthcare for all. It's never something that's actually been attained despite having been enacted in places all over the globe. Estimates of the cost of this, they say it would save money. The $3.5 trillion year that is often cited assumes that the reimbursement rates, meaning what they pay providers, remains 30 to 50% lower than what private health insurance provides. The reality is, if you take a 30 to 50% pay cut for healthcare providers all across this country rather suddenly, what you're going to find is put a lot of them out of business. A lot of them are going to go bankrupt, and all of a sudden you're going to have a severe scarcity in the healthcare industry. And we don't have to guess about that. We can look anywhere in the world, look in the Western world where this has been done. Look at the UK and their healthcare system. Look at Canada and their universal healthcare system. What's happening in Canada right now is their attempt, which I'm sure was done for good reasons to try to provide care for all, has so catastrophically failed that people with serious conditions have to get their appointments pushed out so far that it's becoming standard for the Canadian government to simply offer to kill them instead. That's a legitimate option, and it's actually becoming one of the leading causes of death in Canada. So the problem here, if you look at this on a scale of too little regulation to too much regulation, we have problems right now, but they overwhelmingly, not solely, but overwhelmingly fall on the side of too much regulation. This is something that's been stacked on historically, and the Affordable Care Act really put a nail in the coffin, unfortunately, by mandating these expansive insurance policies that cover everything under the sun, including for people who don't necessarily need it, drove prices sky high, and the Affordable Care Act caused the overwhelming consolidation of the industry under big conglomerates, where now we're facing, and I don't deny that, we're effectively facing a monopoly situation. But we ought to be addressing that using the monopoly and cartel provisions we find in our Constitution here in this state to break them up and provide competition, not by universalizing healthcare and taking one more step down the road to destroying the system. Thank you.
Representative Gagnon, do you want to add? Representative Seibert and then Representative Mandelbaum.
Say, just kind of observation to your comments is that, well, first of all, we have people going over the border to Canada to get prescription drugs because they're too expensive here. And second of all, we, for all intents and purposes, ration healthcare just as much. We push out appointments. There are specialists you can't see. And arguably it's just become this messed up pools of things, and there's no intent as well. I think it's strange that what we have going on right now refuses to cover preventative medicine, which would make everything cheaper, quite frankly, if you solve a problem ahead of time in a correct way and promote things like healthy eating and preventative drugs versus like just waiting for people to get sick. And second of all, I think that was mainly what I wanted to just point out there. But there's obviously a big problem. And you know, oh yeah, it was about the Obamacare thing or whatever, the HCA. But that, that whole thing, the prime sponsor agrees with you on that, quite frankly. There's a lot of people that do. Because it's only encouraged what the private healthcare industry is already doing. And I think saying the Medicare for all wasn't really, I think it was specified. It wouldn't really be that, but it's just saying we need to look into an alternative. We need to look into how to fix this. It was just the easiest way to state it without just saying, what are we going to fix it with? And it was the easiest thing for people to understand at the time. So it's obviously that we knew that was a roadblock with this, and it obviously was a roadblock with this, is people's inability to transfer that. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think we heard some really compelling testimony about the state of healthcare in New Hampshire and in our country. And I certainly empathize and can relate to a lot of the challenges that that were shared during this bill hearing. I agree with Representative Belcher that I think more competition is needed in terms of our health insurance providers. And I also agree with Representative Seibert around the need for preventive care. That's certainly most often less expensive long term. And I could go on and on about how our healthcare system is really a sick care system, but because this bill specifically mentions Medicare for all, I simply can't support it. Medicare works because we have a robust private insurance network, and it is simply untenable for us to implement a Medicare for all program. I think if the sponsors wanted kind of a more expansive definition of universal health insurance or public programs, I would like to see that. But Medicare for all is in my mind not feasible.
A question. Go ahead, Representative Guyson.
Mr. Chair, I know I'm a sub here, but I have a little bit of experience in this when the government is in charge of individuals' health care, because my healthcare network is the VA. And when the government runs healthcare, invariably what's going to happen is the superstructure at the top is going to get more and more complicated because it can't fail because it's backed by the taxpayer. And if you are not your own advocate and you don't figure out a way to sit on somebody's desk and tell them exactly what you need, your care will be delayed, and it will be delayed as long as there are lines and as long as there are waits. Now, not to disparage the VA, one of the greatest things that happened was when the Community Care Act was passed in 2017, and the VA was allowed to be used as a health net with private providers. The lines at the VA went down, and a lot of the administrative went down, and it's because they started to engage in the free market. My concern is if you put the government in charge of a universal base, or you put the government in charge, government plans don't go away. They grow when they fail, and they start adding layers, and they become more expensive, and every time you grow administrative, you remove the layers between the patient and the doctor and make a puzzle for people to go through. Using the VA as an example, I know I'm subbing, but I couldn't support this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember a number of years ago, I had a good friend. He had people from Denmark coming over to visit, family. And one of those members of that family had cataracts, and he wanted to get him taken care of. Well, Denmark's Medicare for All said, well, it's going to be at least 6 months before you can get in to get an appointment. And he wanted to get it taken care of before he came to the United States. So he asked them, if I pay cash, how long will it take? Cash, we'll take you tomorrow. This would put people, okay, with money ahead of everybody else.
Thank you for personalizing it in that way. Representative Foss.
Thank you. Well, as we were hearing so much testimony in this, I started making a list of all it's 6 different times that immediately came to mind where my health has suffered because I'm disabled and I was either uninsured or underinsured. But instead of going through that, I would just ask everyone to keep former Representative Coffey's testimony in mind. I think that was more powerful than anything I could say.
Thank you, Representative. Former Representative Coffey's testimony was extremely compelling for sure. Did I see a hand up? Representative Lloyd?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to remind people that over 50,000 people in this country die every year for being underinsured or inadequately insured. My father was one of those. So my Republican father was one of those. Now, he was in the ICU. He did not want to go on a ventilator because he was worried about the cost of that being portrayed down to his family. So for me, Medicare for all, or any type of system that is better than what we have now, would have meant that my father would still be with me. And that's something that I keep very close.
Thank you for that. Representative Budataki.
Couple of weeks ago, I had a severe stomach ache and I had to go to Elliott Emergency. I had kidney stone, and then stone was moving down to ureter. I was there 5 or 6 hours. I was good, treated well. And yesterday, day before yesterday, I received 2 bills. I had primary insurance and supplemental insurance also from my work. I already received more than $2,000 of bill, and I'm still waiting to receive more bills. In this situation, We all know the healthcare system is broken. If we don't find any alternative, we're losing our citizens, and I think we need to advocate something different. That's alternative that would work. And with this, I would not support ITL this resolution.
Thank you, Representative. Healthcare is an incredibly gigantic, complicated issue with many layers, many pieces. All of us have our personal family situations, personal situations, which we could certainly, and they're useful. We in hearing we heard about many personal stories. For our purposes today in this exec session is to give up or down on a resolution calling for Medicare for all. So that is self-described. That's how the proponents described it was Medicare for all. So acknowledging that there are countless pieces of this, the last thing I'll say is there are certainly pieces of this that can be worked on in different ways, different places, different states. And Representative Geisen pointed out a development that was a step forward. Our job isn't at this point to specifically drill down too much and try to fix specific problems. There are millions of them. We eventually soon have to give an up or down on the motion of ITL. That's my comment. And any other hands? Representative Jones, you have a hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is just a resolution. I think it'll go to the feds. It won't go any further than that. But it does send a message that we need a change in our healthcare system. And it does send a message that we got away from companies that are reporting to boards of directors and stockholders, and reporting more to the healthcare industry. Just a couple of months ago, my healthcare insurance, pulled out of New Hampshire, and they announced that as effective 2026, they're no longer covering New Hampshire. I had to find a new healthcare provider, and unfortunately it was one that was not in my network. So now I have a provider that I'm paying out of network pricing, because once again, everybody's reporting to stockholders instead of looking out for what's best for the patient. I just think if we send a message to the feds that we need a change to get away from what's happening now, Medicare for all may not be the right way, but at least it starts the conversation.
Thank you for that. And again, the proponents and the sponsors, I thought, gave very, very powerful testimony, underlining and underscoring and shining a light on the serious problems that need to be addressed and to be done better. And their testimony is on YouTube, and I'm sure they've looked at it, and it's out there, and it can be used and will be used. That testimony had value and retains value as we keep wrestling with this, which we are going to keep wrestling with it even after we vote on this. Did I see a hand? Go ahead, Representative Buttigieg.
I forgot to tell how much insurance company covered for that situation. They covered $0, and the reason for that is emergency is not included in my insurance.
Thank you for that. As I said earlier, there's no end to the individual pieces of this that we can drill down on and cite, which a lot of that happened in the hearing. Anything else? Representative Lloyd.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to add that this resolution just calls for a universal healthcare program of some sort. It doesn't define exactly how that happens. It doesn't necessarily say that the Medicare system has to be the Medicare for all system. We would be able to figure that out for ourselves. And as Americans, I would hope that if we design a system, we take into account all of the headaches and the issues that other countries have encountered with their programs and design something better. We are Americans. We put a man on the moon. I think that we can figure out how to fix healthcare. Thank you.
Representative, seeing no other hands, the motion, Representative Jones, your light is on, but you're I'm sorry. No hand up. Okay. All right. The motion is ITL, and we will vote on that motion at this time.
On the motion of ITL, Vice Chairman Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Guyson. Representative Gagne.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Bennett.
Yes.
Representative Hemingway.
Yes.
Representative Cofault.
Yes.
Representative Seibert.
No.
Representative Long.
No.
Representative Lloyd.
Emphatically no.
Representative Jones. Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budithaki.
No.
Representative Foss.
Join in the emphatic no.
Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
All right. So the ITL motion passes 11-6.
Representative Belcher, again, thank you. And that's for the majority. I assume there'll be a minority report. Representative Seibert? Representative Seibert, do we have someone on the minority report side?
Yeah, would you do it?
Right, great. Representative Lloyd will do the minority report, and Representative Belcher, the majority report. And as I said, I really mean it this time before the Super Bowl. Okay, we have two more to go. Let's go right to HCR 13. That has to do with term limits, Constitutional Convention for Term Limits, HCR 13. Let's look for a motion. Representative Mannion, do you have a motion?
Yes, I motion OTP on HCR 13.
Representative Rollins, were you going to second?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Second
I'll
that?
second that.
So the motion is OTP on HCR 13, Constitutional Convention for Term Limits, seconded by Representative Mannion, seconded by Representative Rollins. Representative Mannion, I think we may talk about this for a bit. Could you start us off?
Yeah. So with the Convention of States model, the way that this ends up working is historically the states will begin applying for a convention, and then when Congress sees the coming down the pipe, they'll end up passing it regardless from their perspective. I think the usefulness of this term limits is actually also good because besides just that component, is the idea here is that we have these entrenched interests in DC that end up focusing more and more on pleasing their donors and accumulating this money that they then use to get reelected over and over again. Name recognition keeps them in office and protected, and they end up not looking out for their constituents as they should be.
Thank you for that. Representative Rollins?
I second that. Sorry, I second that.
Representative Rollins concurs with the sentiments expressed by Representative Mannion. Representative Seibert is waving her hand. Go ahead, please, Representative.
With this particular I understand, like I totally agree with the sentiments of like the problem being identified here. I just really have a problem. Well, first of all, I really I keep hearing over and over again that at the state level, we don't have the same kind of special interests and all that. But when I look out the window, when I'm at the State House, I see a lot of the same lobbyists with New Hampshire divisions here in New Hampshire, in Concord. So, I don't know, maybe that's just kind of us fooling ourselves that we don't have the exact same special interests, grabbing at us and throwing money out there, which is perfect, just like it is in Washington. It's perfectly fine as long as you disclose it. But at the same time, I think that is the core issue is the money in politics. I think there's nothing to stop people from buying off politicians. And this goes for both sides of the aisle. Like I'm one of the people that can, doesn't matter if the shoe's on the other foot or whatever, which is kind of what this bill really ends up trying to address. I feel like it really won't help what the core problem is. We watch the Supreme Court over and over again, and that was kind of brought up somewhat in this. It would have no effect on them, and they have perfect checks and balances. But from what I see, when they vote on something, they'll be accepting millions of dollars from that exact same people that they just voted in favor of. And it's fine as long as they disclose it. And half the time, what we've been finding out, they forget to disclose it when it's really just as easy for them to do that. So, they're even that lazy. But I just have a really hard time, agreeing that this is going to be really, if you ask people alongside this what the problem is, I guarantee you would have even more people saying the money is the problem. So with that said, until people really resort to doing something about that, I cannot support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And some of what you just said, you had actually brought up earlier today during the hearing. Part of a question touched on some of what you just touched on there. And that's one of the good things about having an executive session so fresh after the hearing. A lot of times we can't do that. We don't do that. We're pushing some stuff off today. But I think the fact that we just a couple hours ago heard some very extensive, compelling testimony on both sides on term limits. And I have to say that the arguments for term limits resonated with me more than they ever have. And you are all here for the hearing, so I'm not going to repeat what you've already heard, the reasons for this measure. I am for it for the reasons we heard earlier, and I'm not going to take up time restating what you've already heard. But I saw a hand, Representative Foss, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just don't think we should let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. Like, yes, this doesn't get money out of politics, but it does something, and it could help get money out of politics, because I think it does make sense. If somebody's had a lobbyist has had a relationship with someone for 20 years, they're more likely to put money into that campaign, and they're more likely to work to keep getting that person elected. So I think just because this doesn't get money out of politics isn't a reason that it couldn't help at all.
Thank you, Representative. And I do want to point out, we were all here. The former ranking member, Representative Massimillo, made it a point to drive all the way down here from Littleton to testify in favor of this. And she's been a long-time proponent of an Article 5 convention, and it was good to see her. And this committee has evolved a little bit over time on how it looks at this Article 5 type of thing. My first time on this committee, we opposed it, put it on a consent calendar. Representative Baldessaro was the chair at the time. And I will say that the more I learn about it, the better informed I am about it. There were scare tactics then that I gave into that I don't see. My questions have been answered. So anyway, my thinking has evolved, and I am ever more supportive of an Article 5 convention, which this committee OTP'd last time around. Representative Belcher, and then back to Representative Ross, not Foss. I'm so saying Representative Foss. Representative Belcher, and then Representative Seibert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll repeat in similar fashion something I said previously about this effort. I honestly think that the Article 5 process is frankly too weak and difficult to fix what actually ails us as a country. But there's good people who want to give it a shot, and I don't want to stand in their way, so I will support it.
Okay, Representative Gagny, because he has not spoken yet, and then Representative Seibert. Representative Gagny, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, I think term limits would reduce the amount of millionaires in Congress on both sides of the aisle.
Thank you for that. Representative Seibert again.
Yes, I would like to also point out, I would support this if we are willing to do it for our own offices. There we go.
Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not against term limits. I am actually for term limits in Congress and in the Supreme Court, and also in our own legislature. So I don't think that this necessarily goes far enough for me on the term limit side of things. Additionally, I have a lot of concerns about an Article 5 convention of states. I have concerns about it being limited to only this. I have concerns about how delegates, specifically how delegates are chosen, because it does depend on who the party in power is at that time that the convention gets called, from what I understand of it. So that means that if Democrats are in the majority, Democrats decide who the delegates are and how many are selected and whatever. If Republicans are in power at that point, in majority at that point, they decide who gets to go as a delegate. And I just don't know that we have identified how, like, an equitable way to look at how delegates are chosen for an Article 5 for me to be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything else? Representative Jones, and then Representative Kofalt, and then Representative Bennett. Did you have your hand up? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Go ahead, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can live with term limits. That really doesn't bother me. It's the Article 5 issue. I think I agree with Representative Lloyd there with that one. And if I could just read to you a quote from former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Warren Burger, who was known as the conservative constructionist. And he says, "There is no way to effectively limit or muzzle the actions of a constitutional convention. The convention could make its own rules and set its own agenda. Congress might try to limit the convention to one amendment or one issue, which is what we're talking about, but there is no way to assure that the convention would obey." Thank you, sir.
Representative Kofalt, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to respond to the concerns about a runaway convention, because this is something that I have thought a great deal about, and I've actually for much of my life have been concerned about that, concerned about the potential for an Article 5 convention going awry. What makes me feel good about this one, and what makes me very interested in supporting this one, is the fact that we have never had an Article 5 convention. So there have been a number of cases in which the states have applied for an Article 5 convention. We have reached a critical mass, and before allowing that process to reach its completion, Congress has stepped in and decided that they wanted to go through the process of amending the Constitution. So I feel like this is the way that we can get this done, and I don't believe that by calling for a convention that we would ultimately get a convention. I think we would get Congress stepping in, most likely grandfathering themselves, exempting themselves from the process, and then ultimately giving us term limits, which I think will have a dramatically positive effect for the relationship between members of Congress and their constituents.
Thank you, Representative Bennett.
I have a question before I say it. What was the was she former representative that came? What was her name?
Linda Massimilla.
Yeah.
She was the Christine Siebert before Christine Siebert was former ranking member. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I appreciated her her speech and making the effort to be here when she had to already go back, and I appreciated the speaker coming and sharing his opinion, and for those things I think they hold a lot of weight into at least giving this a try.
Representative, any other hands? Representative Lloyd, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to thank Representative Kofalt for pointing out the intent of making this a point where Congress has to act. But my concern, I guess, in that is, what if they don't? And that I don't feel like I can put our Constitution in the hands of the what if they don't, by the power that I have been given in this office. I don't know that I can open that up. Thank you.
Well, there's really a couple of things happening here. There's the term limits issue, which there's a lot of sympathy for, and then there's the greater issue of a convention of states. And so even if you're not all that sold on a convention of states in the short term, if you are concerned or supportive of the notion of term limits, I think there's value to pushing that lesser motion forward in the short term, and then the greater debate about all the different pieces of a convention of states, that's a valid topic for later. I think the narrower term is the narrower issue is term limits that we're about to vote on. Did I see a hand over there, Representative Osborne?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll break my own rule about having our subs speak in other people's committees, but I thank you for letting me join you here today. So two things that had come up. One about the delegates and how they are chosen. I think that's why I support the convention for this issue specifically and not other kinds of issues, because this is such one that 90% of the public agrees with, Republican and Democrat. So if the Democrats are in charge when this convention is called, if such a convention were to be called, I don't mind sending Democrat delegates to represent the state, because I know they're on the same side as I am on this particular issue. And I hope they would feel the same about us. And to another point earlier about how this doesn't solve the problem, it doesn't get the money out of politics. I think what this does do is solve a very important problem that I didn't realize until just this last year. I've always been against term limits until just recently. A friend of mine is a term limited politician in another state. And I asked him, well, man, if you didn't have this term limit, you'd be able to, keep your office for who knows how long. And he looked at me and said, you know what? If we didn't have term limits, I would have never been elected. Right? And I think we have a situation where if you want to have any power in our Congress, you have to be there for 20, 30 years before you start getting put on the committees that you want, before you start having any say over how things go. The kind of person who would run for a 30-year job to go down to Washington is probably not the kind of person I would want to vote for. I would rather vote for the kind of people who are willing to put in the 2 and 4-year terms and get things done for the people. Again, thank you very much. I'm happy to be able to participate in a very bipartisan issue, because it's not normally my job to do that. So.
Thank you, Representative, and feel free to break your own rules anytime you feel you need to. So thank you for that. Anything else? Representative Hemingway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've been a fan of term limits for a while. As we look at the U.S. congressmen and representatives up there and how long they've been there and some of the decisions that they make, it's just surprisingly radical, some of the things that I see. What I'm going by is by the numbers. You have the numbers of people, the percentage of number of people that approved this in New Hampshire, and then there's 12 other states that are going along with this same resolution. So I'm for this.
Thank you for that. Representative Seibert, it is executive session, so
I actually had a follow up to his. One thing I wish is we had heard from more actual people and not lobbyists, because it's kind of ironic the lobbyists are telling us to do this, but when that was kind of already one of my things that I was concerned about. But I wish I could have actually heard from those people, because, I wasn't born yesterday. I have a hard time, maybe I have trust issues, but, I just would have liked to have heard more from those actual people. So thank you.
Anything else? Representative Mannion.
So just to piggyback on that, I was the only person who spoke in opposition was the chair of my local GOP. So she came, and one thing I would say though, however, is during all the door knocking that I've done, people mentioned this is one of those off the wall things where we may be talking about the economy, we may be talking about energy prices, things like that. This is one of those hey, have you ever thought about voting for term limits? It's something I would support, a constitutional amendment to do that. So it is something that I have heard from people at the door.
In Pelham. Yes. Anything else? Seeing no hands, we do have a motion. The motion is to OTP, ought to pass on HCR 13, Constitutional Convention for Term Limits. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready, go ahead and call the roll.
All right, on the motion of OTP, Vice Chairman Rollins,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Giason, Representative Gagne,
Yes.
Representative Banyan,
Yes.
Representative Belcher, Representative Bennett, yes. Representative Hemingway,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt, Representative Seibert,
No.
Representative Long,
No.
Representative Lloyd,
No.
Representative Jones, Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budathaki,
No.
Representative Foss, yes. Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
All right, and the OTP motion passes 12-5.
Okay, Representative Mannion, you and I will talk on the, you and I will work something out on the majority report. Okay.
Yeah.
And you, okay, so,
Just put me down for right now.
okay. So what reports will be Mannion and Seibert?
When I said lobbyists, I didn't mean anything against you guys. You guys are great lobbyists.
It's,
You're great at your job.
as soon as she said that, everybody's eyes went to the lady from Dover. Yes. Okay, so we have one more to go, but that will not be on consent. Okay. Final vote was 12-5. Okay, one more. Thank you all for your great work. Okay, this last one is very interesting. I've been talking to a lot of people about this one. There's an amendment. It's very interesting. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen, but sometimes that's interesting when there's something that's in the. So we have an amendment, and I'm going to look to Representative Lloyd, whose name is on an amendment, and that amendment is right in front of me here. There's an amendment 0419H with Representative Lloyd's name on it. Representative Lloyd, I'm thinking you might want to introduce that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm bringing up this amendment because concerns were brought to us about how we could make this more inclusive of multiple administrations' tariffs. So that is what this wording does, is it looks at multiple administrations' tariffs and then the result thereof. Right now, New Hampshire is experiencing a loss in revenue due to tariff issues, and it is really important for us to re-examine how we're going about that overall. Thank you.
Was there a second to that motion?
Seconded.
Thank you, Representative Foss, for seconding that. Would you care to speak to your second?
Absolutely. Well, for the amendment, I think that a lot of us can agree that tariffs are not a tool to be deployed just regardless of consequences, because they are a sales tax, essentially, and we are not fans of that in New Hampshire. There's a long tradition of both sides of the aisle being more suspicious of tariffs, and I hope that since this amendment eliminates much of the targeted language, it will be easier for us to all agree on this.
Thank you. Thank you for that. As I've said before, when an amendment comes in, and this was the case with the Defend the Guard, I voted for the amendment because I thought it improved the measure. And that's not a bad rule of thumb. And so sometimes occasionally, as was the case with me, I voted for the amendment and then did not vote for the ultimate OTPA. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on the amendment. I sense that most of us think I think it's definitely an improvement. It takes out the president's name. That wasn't going to go very far in terms of a full consideration of the tariff question. So I'm going to support the amendment, and I'd like to hold off on of course, you're welcome to say anything anytime. It's exec session. I'd like to hold off on the greater discussion until we see if this amendment passes and how it passes, and then get back into some of the tariff talk. Anything else on the amendment? Okay, seeing nothing else on the amendment, the motion, go ahead, Representative Milbaugh.
Representative Lloyd, could you just remind me what the amendment number is?
Sorry, it is 2026-0419H. 0419H.
When you're ready.
All right, on the motion to adopt the amendment, Vice Chairman Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Giason. Representative Gagné.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Bennett.
Yes.
Representative Hemingway.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt. Representative Seibert.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Jones. Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budasaki.
Yes.
Representative Foss.
Yes.
And Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
All right, and the amendment is adopted unanimously, 17-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the motion is adopted. And so now, Representative Lloyd, would you like to speak to your OTPA, which is now in play here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to recommend OTPA. And what we are seeing right now is the average American, affordability is a huge problem. The economy has only gotten more complex and more difficult to afford everyday items. And then when you add, in addition to that, the increased cost of items due to tariffs, it really needs to be reexamined on how we are applying these.
And who seconded the,
I second, yeah.
Representative Foss again seconded the, in this case, the OTPA motion. Representative Foss, thoughts on OTPA?
Sure. Well, the people we represent, and I know me personally, just cannot afford these taxes. I paid $5 for a Hannaford brand bag of basmati rice. It's just unsustainable. If anyone has looked at their gas bill lately, our natural gas is being tariffed because it comes from Canada. And the people of New Hampshire are hurting, and this would be regardless of what administration imposed these tariffs. It's tariffs themselves.
Other thoughts? Representative Belcher, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am admittedly a little bit torn on this one. Obviously, the amendment is considerably improved overall. I agree with that, and I've had my concerns with the manner in which tariffs have been used historically and whatnot. On the other side, I just want to offer the other side of this equation from what's going on, and what I'm seeing right now is that tariffs are being used, in my opinion, overwhelmingly positively to two specific effects. First, they've been used repeatedly to bring other players geopolitically to the table to negotiate for better trade deals. Overwhelmingly, we've seen the tariffs that have been applied lately have only been short-term tariffs to bring other countries in to agree to lower their own tariffs on our goods, which is great for our economic output and for our domestic jobs here. So I think on the whole, actually, the tariffs have actually lowered costs, maybe not in every single specific case, but on the whole, I think they've lowered cost, not increased them. The second is national security. Tariffs have been an executive tool of geopolitical power since the earliest days of our nation. And right now, we're seeing massive geopolitical reorganization going on, including an explicit geopolitical strategy in our national security document, which calls for Fortress North America, where we are actively trying to decouple a bit from China. And we're using tariffs as a way to build some of our own, reshoring our own infrastructure for manufacturing and other things here at home, which I think is very important. So it'll go to the vote. I'm narrowly going to have to vote no. I won't hold it off consent or anything, but I just wanted to say my piece. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Representative Mannion, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, this comes down to very similarly to the way that we oppose instituting an income tax or sales tax here in New Hampshire. We don't want to be adding taxes on top of what we already have. At the federal level, I'm already paying this income tax, and the promise was that the tariffs could potentially replace the income tax, but I just filed my taxes and I'm still paying an income tax. So until that occurs, I can't support any additional tariffs that are additional tax.
Okay. Go ahead, Representative. I'm going to say something and then I'll go back to you. As I said, this is a very, very interesting measure, amended measure. And because people care, we've had some Canadian related resolutions and measures in here. And people in New Hampshire, you've heard the fact that tourism is way down, apparently, from Canada. That affects our people. A lot of our resolutions, whether it's the Congo or whatever, don't necessarily affect a lot of people directly. But national economic policy, as it affects New Hampshire, does. And so I hear, and you hear, the people who have been economically disadvantaged due to tariff policies, and that's a fair thing for us to talk about, because a lot of our constituents care. And is it inflationary? Arguably, I know Representative Belcher minimized that, but a tariff is a tax. Of course, a lot of times you hear taxation is theft. A tariff is a tax. It is a tax on imports, and it's a tax that's passed on to the consumers mostly, which is us. So I share some of Representative Mannion's concerns about tariffs. The problem that I had with the initial resolution is and by the way, this is Ronald Reagan's birthday. The resolution that Representative Lloyd put in referred to looking at the efficacy of all kinds of different tariff policies from different administrations, current and former. And President Reagan, his birthday is today, along with Representative Guyson, was mostly a free trader. He didn't like protectionism. He did use tariffs on occasion to, I don't want to say punish Japan, but he laid a tariff whammy on Japan back in 1987. But he used them very, very sparingly as a free trader. So I'm a fan of President Reagan and his policies, but he did use tariffs, but not like we've seen other administrations use. The Biden administration went in heavy on China. The current administration, as Representative Belcher pointed out, he seems to really like the way that it's been used. And certainly a tariff is a cudgel and that can make things happen. Is it good long term? I'm not sure. I think it is healthy for us because people care about it to do what we're doing here and talk about it. And I want to also, before I go to Representative Foss, I want to acknowledge that the initial resolution that we all got, we saw when it was posted, was something that in all candor was, kind of banging on the president, who a lot of us here voted for 3 times. And that was an impediment, in my view, to having a important discussion, raising awareness on the different pieces and aspects of economic policy and tariffs. And so the folks, the sponsors and the folks on the blue side, I have to say, I was impressed that they actually listened and made a significant amendment. They took out the president's name. I don't know what will happen to this. I don't know if it'll go to the floor. I don't know what's going to happen, but a lot of us would like to have this conversation, this discussion on an important topic, tariffs, without personalizing it and making it all about the current president. So the amendment does that, and I appreciate that. And also the fact that the amendment specifically refers to not just the current administration, but previous administrations, which to me includes Biden. I mentioned Reagan. So I want to acknowledge and again thank, and I am inclined to support the OTPA for those reasons. And Representative Foss, you had your hand up.
Yes. Well, I wanted to respond to the point that long-term tariffs might lead to trade changes, but we have to keep in mind our constituents can't afford long term. A lot of people are paycheck to paycheck. I'm paycheck to paycheck. And, you go into the produce section, everything is so expensive. So I've been trying to eat healthy, and it is not making the paycheck and the food stamps stretch very far. So our constituents can't afford, well, okay, in the long term, then maybe this can of beans won't be $1.99, but this is the short term that people are suffering.
Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recently, over the December holidays, over Christmas, I took a trip back to my hometown of McPherson, Kansas, and we drove all the way from New Hampshire to Kansas. And I stopped in various towns, and I spoke with so many of my family members that we have not had a chance to talk to in a really long time. And not all of my family members are on like my side of the political aisle. A lot of them voted for Trump, but they also expressed concerns over the tariffs that are in place right now. And I'm fine with opening it up to look at other tariffs as well, and certainly not personalizing it to this administration. But I feel like if there's a problem that's happening in McPherson, Kansas, and I also see that echoed here in New Hampshire, throughout New Hampshire, I would like to see somehow that problem be addressed. Thank you.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just talking about the tariffs, I think the most important part of this resolution is the part that says it terminates the president's ability to use a tariff under the national state of emergency, and this resolution calls to terminate that part, which I think brings more checks and balances. No matter who's the president, this would call for Congress to also vote on that tariff, which is the representatives of the people. It brings it back to the people. So I think we should OTP this.
Representative, did I see another hand? To me, the key word is efficacy. Who can argue with us urging everyone to look at the efficacy of policies? It's a very, very broad statement. I think that this resolution shows that we're aware of the different sides of the tariff issue. We're paying attention. We're engaged. I think that's all good. So if we can simply, to me, the resolution is reworded, simply calls it that Congress reviews the efficacy of the tariff policies. Well, I think that's their job anyway, but the fact that we shine a little bit of a light on it, I think is a healthy thing. And again, as I've already said, I'm for OTPA. Anything else? I'm seeing no other hands. So, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTPA on the HR 32 as amended.
All right. On the motion of OTPA, Vice Chairman Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Giason. Yes. Representative Gagne.
No.
Representative Mannion. Yes. Representative Belcher. Representative Bennett. Yes. Representative Hemingway. Yes. Representative Kofalt. Yes. Representative Seibert.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Lloyd. Yes. Representative Jones.
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budithaki.
Yes.
Representative Foss. Yes. Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
All right, and the OTPA motion passes 15-2.
Move consent.
Thank you. Without objection, we'll put that on consent. And let Representative Gaddy, do you want to write or? Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll recommend consent on that, and that does it for today. We have 4 measures that we still need to come back to. I'll list them. The HR 26 Congo, we need to do a little bit of homework on that. HR 34 Sharia, which we heard today. We need to process some of what we heard today. Gaza, that's HR 37 for Gaza. There's, Madam Ranking Member, you had some language that you wanted to maybe
I gotta talk to someone about that. There's a possibility, yeah. And I know with I was at the Kirkland.
Okay, so we'll give you time on that. And then the fourth one is the Charlie Kirk.
Got to clear up that other amendment that had.
And along those lines, also on the Charlie Kirk piece. So we will have those final four to take care of when we come back again. I'm not sure when that will be. We have plenty of time.
I don't want to wait too long on that. Could we try to shoot for 2 weeks from now?
Yes, we can try to shoot for 2 weeks from now. So we'll I'll get with you and we'll talk to everybody and we'll find a time. Kirk resolution. It's in HCR 14. So that's where we are. We've had a hearing on every measure. We've exec every measure except those four. And anybody have any questions for me before we stop? Representative Guyson, it is your birthday. Is it true that you're buying at Tandy's? Or I guess that's a hole-in-one. If you get a hole-in-one, you buy. But your birthday was people buy for you. I don't know. That's something we don't need to vote on. Although we could vote. That's right. When you get, as Representative Gagne pointed out, when you get promoted in the military, you have to buy everybody drinks. At least the officers do. There you go. Seeing no other, Representative Foss.
May I move for a partisan reconvention at Tandy's after committee?
Without objection. Right. Thank you all. We'll be in touch. Thank you.